never, not today. Compromise, rise above it all, not gonna fall. Step by step I go, faster than the flow. Broke through every chain, I will not be contained. Oh, good evening, everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. Hello, wonderful chat. Heidi, good to see you. Debbie Webb, Taz, Brenda, little sis. Hey, Rosalind, make sure you check your Twitter messages. Roxanne, good to see you. Daniel Barry, Sports Highlights. Tara Downey, Jack Butt. Oh yeah, great success. Catch for Trump. Oh yeah. Oh, you sound awesome. That's right, girl. I am feeling better. I managed to get a little bit of sleep today, which I think helped my I had to go do a bunch of crap this morning. I came back and my wife and I were having a conversation. She goes, "You're fading. You're not making any sense right now." And I checked and I was running a little bit of a fever, so I slept for I don't know. The fever broke, so I'm doing much better. Plus I've got my my elixir to eliminate the it helps with the cough. It's awesome. Yeah, but yes, I hope you guys all have grabbed your bingo cards, because I mean that's what we're doing. We've got the bingo cards. Let me see if I've got mine pulled up here. Now, because whenever I set this thing up, I was like, "Oh, we've got to have like a bingo card for this, because there's no way we can just leave this like it is. Got to have a bingo card." And let me pull that thing up over here. There we go. Now I feel much better. Now everything's sort of lighting up. Hey, Tom Gillis, Elixir. Yes, Elixir. Thank you so much, Tom Gillis, this morning. That was an absolute blast. Thank you very much. Oh, so we've got the bingo debate card. Now, the cool part about this is you guys can play along, and the best part is all you have to do is refresh, and it'll change the card, so you can spin it as many times as you want until you find one that'll be totally in one that you want. I don't want it to say Brat campaign. I wish it wouldn't say that, because I don't see that at all. But yeah, so we got, that one went away. Oh, it's still there. Damn it. But it just moves them around however you want them to. Speaking of moving around however you want them to. See, we needed crazy cat ladies.
Well, we do. I mean, and how much is it going to stick in crazy cat lady's craw that President Trump will be the one to save the kittens? I am sorry, but I have been laughing my ever-living boobs off to some of these memes.
Oh my God. Did you can go back and watch what I played right before I started. Of course, I'll have to remove it because it'll get me copyrighted or some crap like that. But my intro was classic. It's I'm not going to play it again, but if you want to see it, you'll have to rewind it now, or else you won't see it later, because it won't be there.
You're expecting me to be able to multitask.
Well, and this one here, this one won't play the music, because the music will get me in trouble. I mean, I've got music to this one.
This is all the more funny because I just had to wrestle. Okay, look, Dingus won, but I made chicken drumsticks for the entire family, and apparently Dingus thought that the extra one was for him.
Oh.
So I realized as I was, stumbling quickly-ish around the house to try to beat this cat, I'm like, why am I fighting a cat for chicken? Go ahead, Dingus.
This song will be appropriate because it's called "Feeding the Ducks" for this next thing I'm going to show you.
Oh no! Oh no! Tucked in.
Oh my gosh.
Oh God! Yes.
Nice.
Oh God!
Oh my God. Okay, I need that as a t-shirt.
Oh no, it gets better right there.
Okay, but why doesn't he have a sketty stain on his tank top? Because I feel like that's too white.
Ketchup. It'd have to be ketchup, because he does put ketchup on his steak.
True. I'm just saying it's.
Oh yes, it made me laugh so hard. I was like,
That's fantastic.
Yes, that was by Dilly Studios.
I mean, what's this timeline? I need to go. I need someone to go directly to France and ask what exactly went on in the particle collider, because I thought you were looking for the Higgs boson, not the stupid dimension. But you managed to push us there, and I'd like to get back.
Well, out of all the stuff that I found this right here was most perfect. Instead of negative postings, here's a pic of some topless chicks in short skirts.
Wow.
I was like that. Oh, I mean, that made my day. That made my day, but not as much as this next one did. This next one, I'm gonna have you rolling on the floor.
He's a rogue, all right, notorious for his flamboyant lifestyle. Flashy clothes, fancy parties, fine women,
Are you his daughter?
and fast cars.
You saw who that was, right?
Yeah, it was Kamala when she had a soul.
Yeah, no, I'm not his daughter. I'm his girlfriend.
Oh,
No.
Oh, yeah.
From now on,
Hey, Christine.
as
There she is right next to him.
the mayor.
If ever a man and a municipality were made for each other, it is this man, this place. He's a rogue, all right, notorious.
Yep, that was her.
wow.
No.
Oh,
Well, there you guys go.
But you did see Swalwell, right? Did see Swalwell freaking out?
Well, I assumed that he hadn't farted in a while or banged a Chinese spy, so he was really confused what to do in deeply emotional states.
This was glorious.
What in the hell
that was
is
really
this?
like this guy's never seen the internet.
He's like, what? And he's like losing his mind over a meme. Over a meme.
But can I also ask for all of these meme posters to come to my house? I mean, how much has my government spent on Kinkos that I'm not allowed to spend on Kinkos blowing up funny memes? I find this deeply discriminatory.
No, I love their poster boards. It always cracks me up.
I know. It's got 49.3 million views from the House Judiciary GOP. I just like watching him lose his mind is so glorious. It's
What
like
in the hell is this? Chairman tweets, protect our ducks and kittens in Ohio because he goes down some crazy rabbit hole, completely debunked that aliens are eating pets.
Oh my God, are you a 14-year-old girl? I've seen better
Yes,
emoting on the
Chairman.
CW.
Because last year, for a very long time, you tweeted
Well, if this doesn't work
and
out, I'm sure
promoted
the acolyte is
Kanye
hiring.
West as he was calling for genocide against the Jews, and you
No, he
kept it up.
didn't.
And now, when we have victims coming here, you're tweeting this nonsense. I don't know why you would do this. I hope you're okay.
Do you think
I don't know
his
if
wife, when
the
he came
aliens
home, gave him some
who are
Midol?
eating your ducks are in the room with us
you might need some.
right now. But, Mr. Chairman, this is a
I can't wait
serious
for
issue.
people to
These
start putting
people
other pictures
have
behind
loved
him.
ones who have been
Well,
lost.
they have.
and you tweeted this.
They have. Oh, they have. They've like the internet ate this up. I mean, I was like, oh my God.
Oh, I laughed.
Oh.
I laughed and laughed. I think I watched it like 10 times.
Hey, Eric. I love this one. I want to get a t-shirt that says this. I am not going to lie. I was like, why isn't there a t-shirt of this right now?
Oh God. Eat less kittens. It's like
The problem that Eric Swalwell is having is that people no longer trust, again, the mainstream media. You have spent 3 years telling us that we shouldn't believe our lying eyes. The eggs aren't, way expensive, or you can't get, what did Jen Psaki say? You're going to have to wait on your Peloton bike. Not to mention that there were parents over here wondering if their kids were going to be ever okay again after locking them down. We couldn't afford, schools starting back up. The problem is people have been woken up. The luxury belief people that used to be able to shop at Target now are down to great values. You can't have these sort of ridiculous cry fests about memes when people are wondering how the hell they're going to pay for, heating oil in winter.
well, or there's plenty of cats in Ohio, from what I understand.
Well, I have enough children to make a modest proposal happen, but I don't think that I'm going to be doing that.
This Freedom Tunes thing is glorious. You're gonna love this.
Oh,
The
goodness.
fact is, the president is racist.
Kamala Harris is a fat bitch.
I'm speaking. And I'm a woman. Woman speaking. I am speaking.
Kamala.
I'm speaking.
Kamala. The moderators have decided that the mics will be muted like in the last debate, so no one can interrupt you. Isn't that great? The border has been a complete mess under her. The number of people entering this country has been bigger than maybe any time in history. People are struggling to afford food, and she wants to give more free stuff away.
Become a member at freedomtunes.com for exclusive cartoons.
Oh,
God.
that made me happy. Scamla DIR, yeah.
I am a deeply unserious person, so I wear a lot of wigs, but the fact that she was practice baiting, I guess, with a man in an orange wig, I'm like, you didn't call me? I can't do a great Trump, but I can be obnoxious, and I can call you on your BS.
Oh yeah. And and the best part is on X, like they're just eating her up. They're like, everybody is tearing her apart.
Oh God!
Like,
When you say on X, everybody's eating her up. I'm thinking it's the '80s all over again.
Yeah, that's so bad.
Wait a minute, what?
Oh.
This is too close to that California senator and the smexy allegations against her. I'm like, no, bad mental image.
Oh man.
I promise I'm going to be ready in a second. It's just I keep getting derailed today.
Oh no worries.
You
Oh,
are
and
fine.
also Trump posted, I guess, on Truth Social. He posted his own.
The kitten, yes.
Just like I love it. And I mean,
God, if he carried a kitten into the debate, I would fall over.
Oh my God.
Oh my
Kid
God.
under one arm, duck under the other, or have a duck on a leash with a little toupee. I mean,
But it couldn't be a white cat. It'd have to be a black cat.
Oh, right.
come out to
Of course.
Ebony and Ivory carrying a white duck and a black cat.
Oh,
unite the nation
oh God.
and piss off Paul McCartney, which I think is funnier.
Oh,
Well,
man.
true. That's true.
This is gonna be so glorious. This is good. I'm hoping that it goes better than I think it will. Because you never know. You just never know with these kinds of things what kind of garbage that the ABC is going to pull on it. You just don't know.
Yeah, I will say I was actually shocked. I was shocked because I did.
I like the militia kittens. Did you see the militia kittens?
Oh, the militia kittens? No.
Oh my god, they were so great.
But I'm just scrolling down through them because it's just it's fun. And I know,
I think it was interesting to see President Trump, former President Trump, whatever you want to call him, to see him be very restrained in the first debate. I think that if he holds that up, I think if he, is able to just come with facts, and I think the fact that he had Tulsi Gabbard really helping him with a lot of things, I think he's going to look real. Oh, good God. Oh, on that note, so my youngest, most feral decided to come to me and he's like, do you know what a conspiracy theory is? And I was like, I think I understand what you're saying. And he said, do you want to know a conspiracy theory? And I was like, okay. And he's like, I just made this one up, so don't tell anyone. So you guys keep it secret too. But he's like, do you know that God is karma's manager? So if you want someone to get real bad karma things, you go to the manager, and that's God. So
you have to pull a Karen?
Yes.
You have to
go to karma's manager is God, and he will tell her where to direct her.
Oh no.
Oh my God.
Oh, no.
After that. And I was like, no, you're not. Again, no, you're not. But thank you for we can't tell anyone your conspiracy theory because it's too truthful.
It is.
Youngest, most feral, Alex Jones.
Oh my God. I love it. Love it. Oh, Hulu, God. It is. They just don't stop. They just don't stop.
Eric.
So much there.
There's only like 9 gajillion, real serious crises going on, but I'm glad that you picked the meme with the kitten and the duck to really focus our ire.
Oh, you did hear that they're getting her a small podium. Really, really short.
Of course they are. I am so tired of being, proselytized to that because I have these boobs and like lady bits, I should definitely vote for the fellow boob haver, despite her being, remember when we all agreed that she was a terrible vice president? Pepperidge Farm remembers. But Bartles and Jane will make you forget.
Juanita Broderick posted this.
God, I love Juanita Broderick. She is such a badass woman. I mean, she trolls President Bill Clinton like it's her job, and I am here for it.
It is her job. Oh my God. Oh. Oh God.
It's
just
funny,
get those 2 kittens right there to have Trump carry those 2 kittens in.
His Secret Service just comes in lined in with semi-automatic calicos.
God. Oh.
This is Quacker's presidential security. They've got the Affleck duck on standby to disavow. Okay, why no one has photoshopped him as Rafiki holding up a kitten on the Lion King Pride Rock? I don't
Oh
know
my
why.
God.
But
Oh my
please do
God.
that, someone who has better skills than I do.
This is glorious. It just makes me laugh so hard, and I really, really needed it because today
Yeah.
just being
I
sick
mean,
really sucks.
pretty much. Yeah. And for all of those people that are going with lady bit power, imagine Kamala Harris trying that "I'm speaking" thing to Putin. Not only is he going to laugh, but let's try it. Okay, why did they give the ducks the angel wings? You realize ducks have wings already.
Well, you know, it is AI. I mean,
AI is confused.
ducks have wings? What?
What?
Oh. Oh my God. Oh my. Oh, I can't play it, but the music is like In the Arms of an Angel.
God, not Sarah McLachlan.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'll just let you hear a snippet. Just to give you an idea. Oh my God.
And I will say, people downplay this, but this is the sort of playful thing that I think really helped, in 2016. I think that this sort of subversive, humor is where Trump shines. Because the
Yes.
only way to deal with dickheads who are egotistical and, well, suffering from cranial rectitis, so their head is firmly affixed up their colon, is to make fun of them because they react like Eric Swalwell. They act like confused toddlers who need a nap.
Oh, yeah. That is the absolute truth to that. And
Well,
just
and
to watch
there is
Marie over it.
there's something weird about the fact that the left just isn't funny. Like, why are they not funny? I mean, like, do they not have any funny people?
No, they actually do have funny people, but see the part of humor that the left misses out on is you're finding the faults, the flaws in society, and you shine a light on it and you glorify in it. You go, hey, boom, this is completely messed up, and I want everybody to see how messed up it is and find some sort of humor in it. The problem is the left doesn't find any humor in it because we have to fix it. We have to fix this. We have to fix it. And it's like, but if you don't pay any attention to it and you ignore it, then it never gets fixed. They're the type that will brush it under the rug and not look at it. Whereas, the rest of us idiots, we just look at it and go,
Well, that and the left has made so many things verboten to be funny. I mean, you want to see who has the most power in a society, see who you can't tell jokes about. There are whole levels, an ever-expanding circle of unique identities and, personality traits that you can no longer make fun of because it's punching down. Or if you have lady bits, you're not allowed to make fun of ladies because you have internalized misogyny or something like that.
I don't know what that means. What is internalized misogyny? I mean, that's just...
Well, I hoped it would make me better at parallel parking, but apparently my internalized misogyny is well, terrible at driving too.
Well, somebody accused me of being a feminist, and I was like, oh no, God no. I can't stand women. What are you talking about? I've never been a feminist.
Look, I don't even know what temperature I think that my body is going to think that I need to be in the next 5 seconds. I don't like ladies.
no.
It's just like one thing after another, and I'm just like, someone posted, I am your voice, I am your warrior, I am your justice, I am your retribution.
And the more the left whines and cries about this, the more subversive and hilarious this is going to be. If they wanted this to go away, they simply would not have given it any oxygen. The fact that Swalwell made a big cry, whine fest about this, the only thing I think is a lie on that is that she had a half full bottle of wine at any point.
Well,
And your point is?
God. Oh, God.
I'm just saying, I don't disagree. Okay, can we all agree that this is one weird-looking guy? And I'm sorry, but if I were to profile him in the middle of Walmart, I would assume that he's not safely allowed near schools.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I would assume that he has to register with certain entities if he's going to be around schools.
Well, the guy sort of freaked out one night whenever I sort of drew the John Wayne Gacy makeup on him.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, isn't he the one that said that he may or may not have participated in a hazing event that had to have his stomach pumped for unfortunate biohazard materials?
That was not true. That was a fake story. I pulled that story up.
I almost had a respectfulness for him, like, well,
Oh no, it was somewhat.
properly.
Well, I pulled it up and I'm just like, this has got to be a fake story. One, it doesn't show the newspaper. It doesn't have a date. It just has an article that was written on there with a picture of him and him as an adult, not like as a young man, like within the past, 5 years kind of picture. I was like, yeah, this is fake. This next one. Glorious.
Tonight, Kamala Harris releasing details of her policy positions for the first time on her campaign website. A K-file investigation has uncovered, meantime, a 2019 questionnaire. And in this questionnaire, Harris laid out some much more liberal stances, among them on immigration. So in 2019, in what K-file found, she said she would cut funding to ICE, writing, quote, "Our immigrant detention system is out of control, and I believe we must end the unfair incarceration of thousands of individuals, families, and children. I was one of the first senators after President Trump was elected to advocate for a decrease in funding to ICE." Well, now, of course, she's touting the Biden administration's executive order to crack down on the border. K-file's Andrew Kaczynski joins me now. Andrew,
this
that's
is so
pretty
funny.
Incredible on its own when you're talking about what you found here on ICE. What else did you find?
Yeah, and this was a questionnaire that she filled out for the ACLU. And this questionnaire is really an interesting snapshot in time of that 2019 Democratic primary. Kamala Harris was trying to get to the left of Bernie Sanders. She was trying to get to the left of Elizabeth Warren. And you really see that in a lot of these answers. And I want to walk our viewers through a little bit of what she said. Let's just take immigration and look at what she said here. She said on immigration, she made this open-ended pledge to end immigrant detention. She said she supported taxpayer-funded gender transition surgeries for detained migrants. She also said
taxpayer-funded gender transition surgeries for detained migrants. She actually.
And the newscaster, she's like, she never did. She didn't do that. He's like, yeah.
He's like, hey, you know that journalism thing that you're supposed to do? Yeah, I just Google searched this. This popped up.
Yeah. I love that, Bo. Can you really be left of Bernie? She tried.
Well, I mean, I hadn't considered giving transition surgery to migrants, so that was not something that was even on my.
One way to screw them up. Instead of give them transition surgery and send them back.
Okay, how about we just send them all to the Clintons' house since they decided to use Haiti as their thing? I think Bill could house a couple. Hillary Kinkle's Clinton could house a couple.
Yes.
I've never seen cankles that go all the way up to your hips before, but
Those are
Wow.
thinkles.
Oh,
Now,
that's so cool.
those are a rare thing, but thinkles do exist. I had them when I was 9 months pregnant with my 6th child. They do exist.
Well, you had an
They're
excuse.
well, yeah. I mean, she just keeps
Her,
all of
her
her
child's like, what, 35? I mean, the baby fat only lasts so long, right?
What
That's where she
child?
keeps all her repressed ambition and, well,
Kamala, does Kamala
bitterness.
have children?
Oh, no, we're talking
but
about Hillary.
allegedly.
Oh.
We're talking about
What's
her,
her
her,
name?
her, I heard thigh cankles.
Chelsea or something like that.
Yeah, Chelsea. Bless her
Every time
heart.
they
She
say her
got all
name,
the
I
worst
keep thinking
qualities.
Chelsea Grammer.
Yeah.
You know, just like, yeah, she got all the worst qualities from both parents.
I know. I'm like, oh no.
Oh,
Gender
let's hear this.
transition
Happens in the
surgeries
test
for
tube.
detained migrants. She also said she supported
Taxpayer-funded gender transition surgeries for detained migrants. She
migrants.
actually said she supported that.
She both wrote and answered in the affirmative when she was asked this.
Oh.
And she said she also supported it for federal prisoners. Now, she also pledged to slash immigration detention by 50%, close all family and private
Hey, the only
facilities, and
campaign
decrease
promise
funding
that she
for ICE,
kept.
and then to end ICE detainers with local law enforcement.
I mean, these are things that, you know, it would be hard to think that you would come up with taxpayer funding gender transitions for detained migrants, and yet this, as you say, written and verbally. You know, what else, you know, did you find?
Well, let's take a look at her answer here on drugs. She got asked about.
I like how she's looking down at the paper.
The
like,
question from the
you
ACLU
have got
was,
to be fucking
since
kidding
drug
me.
use
This
is better
bitch did
addressed as
this,
a public
that's
health issue through.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
need
like
it
she's
for a
going,
second.
like, wait,
Producers are
this
like,
this
the
this
producers
can't
are
be
like,
true.
Say something, and she's just like, what am I supposed to do with this, Lawrence? I have no idea what to say to this.
Yeah, I mean, she not only wrote it, she answered in the affirmative and wrote it down. This is how dedicated she was to this. That's why whenever people are sitting there going, oh, you know, the Free Palestinians showed up to the DNC and they were protesting the DNC, I was like, they were paid to be there to draw attention to it. The DNC supports this. I mean, don't you? Do you not know who the squad is? Ilhan Omar and all the rest of them.
Well, I will say that the Democrats are going to have to face a big schism and a reformation, just like the Republican Party has shifted more towards populism.
Yes.
What they have right now are two very discordant groups. You have the old school kind of Democrats that, you know, Israel Hamas is a thing. You have, you know, very old money and very old backers who do not want to see this anti-Semitism that is going on, but they're younger, more active, you know, members, the ones that go out and go to the nursing homes and pick up the, you know, ballots that they harvest, have very different views. So the Democrats are facing a schism. I could almost see that there is going to be a third party forming that's even more left than the Green Party.
You already have it. That's the problem is, and I was talking about this with Tom Gillis this morning. I said, you know, it right now our system is set up to have nothing but two parties, and it's very clear because if you watch how many electoral votes does each state have, okay, so each state and you have to have a certain amount of electoral votes. Where does that leave room for any sort of third party? Because any third party that you put in there, it's going to eliminate those votes from both. Just imagine they try to even it all up. If you even it all up between three candidates, you've already ended up with, you know, just having like a big, like you can't even have a three-way tie and nobody would have the majority of anything. So that's where it's like,
that is what you run into in places like England and France and Canada, where you have to form these coalition governments. But what I do foresee is that the Democratic Party is really going to have to figure out whether they are going to kick out the loud, very progressive, very idealistic base that they have, or if they're going to have to start tempering expectations as to what a major political party can do within the confines of, the Constitution, which we still use for right now, sort of.
See, she comes in showing her shoulder. I have to do it.
Well,
I love it. Love it. It's great. It's great. Sorry. I agree with you, Mo, that there is a schism, and there is one in the Republican Party still too, where you've got people that are more. I mean, Dick Cheney is a perfect example. Dick and Liz Cheney, they want to have wars because that makes money. If you don't have wars, how are you going to pay those bills? And the Democrat Party is all about it.
I'm guessing that a Cheney and Cheney OnlyFans account would not make up that deficit for Halliburton, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think there's too many people that would want to see Dick Cheney in any skirt. Well, I think there might be.
I really would, just because I think it would be hilarious.
I have been asking that we add an evening wear and talent portion to these presidential debates for forever, because at least I would like to see someone in a swimsuit and be able to laugh at someone attempting a talent, in these things.
Oh yeah.
I would really like it to go back to. I would like it to go back to the American Gladiator. Do you guys remember that show?
I loved American Gladiator. I was gonna be like Laser or Blaze. I was gonna run away and become an American Gladiator.
I would love it if that was part of like the presidential nomination process.
I love it. Yes, Squid. Good to see you, Squid. I'm glad. And it would be so nice to just get back to good, solid politics. This is where I stand on it. Vote for me, not the wishy-washy stuff. Like this is stand by your beliefs and let people decide how they want to vote for you. Nothing wrong with that.
But also the American Gladiator.
Yeah. The problem is that we are all functional adult human beings that could pass a civics test if it was a requirement to vote.
Do you think Kamala could?
No, I don't. I fully screw citizenship. I want an IQ test. I don't care where you're from. I would just like you to understand there are 3 branches of our current government. We do have a constitution, and the Second Amendment was written as clearly in crayon as it could be for the time. I'm sorry you don't understand.
If you think about it, it was sort of written in crayon. I mean, it was done with like a quill, wasn't it?
No, crayon. But it was written in the most dumbed down, like absolute shall not infringe. I mean, they wrote it in dumb people parlance back then, because a militia was a person that was not a part of a regulated military, but someone who could be conscripted if, say, an invasion happened. So people using the word militia today wrongly, it doesn't mean what you think it means.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that you had your little group of friends out LARPing. That's not a militia.
But they did have really good handwriting.
Yeah. Well, those that could write, because you have to understand there wasn't that many people that could write at that point in time.
Reading and writing was back presidential duels. I want someone to go Alan Jackson in this MFer.
That would be awesome.
Like Trump just throws out a white glove and he's like, I challenge thee, pick your second. It will be the best duel. It was the greatest duel. I was there.
There we go. Yeah. Oh, that was so fun to write.
Excuse me, I am speaking. And he just takes out the white glove.
I only had to fire one shot. I took them both out with one shot. It was the best shot that anybody ever shot.
I
And
mean,
if
it
you
would
see
make
me disappearing
Congress.
off the camera, it's because I'm blowing my nose because I'm still draining. So don't pay me no mind. Just letting you know ahead of
I'm
time.
trying to get the bingo card going. So
You don't have a bingo card going yet?
Well, no. Really? I think this is our first stream together, Mo.
Yes.
Oh, have you guys not met? Oh,
Well,
I like
inadvertently.
on X, sort of, but
okay. Cat
you
fight.
know,
Cat fight? No, there's no fight.
nah.
Love Mo.
Damn it!
Love
Damn it!
Mo.
You took away all my fantasies.
Besides, I don't know where I'm going to get a bunch of Jello right now. I mean, I'm not going to the Walmart.
Apparently, you just need a bucket of water and dump it on me for the flash dance scene.
Well, you know, if you can do any
let me
dance,
get really sweaty.
yeah, she's
Oh, that's
amazing.
even better.
Oh my gosh, Tommy Boy! I wish we could clip that. You know, where he's there and there.
Yes.
I and he's like, "Did you eat lead paint as a child?" I may or may not have asked my kids these questions. Like,
Oh God.
No.
Oh God. This is going to be hilarious. Because I'll have this thing sitting off to the side and just let it roll. It's gonna be glorious.
Okay. Do you have it pinned in chat? I don't see it pinned.
No, let me pin it in chat. That'll save a lot of time.
That would be very helpful.
Yeah, because I suck whenever I do this. I really can't help it. It's just me.
Not that
I think I have it. I think it pinned it somewhere else, but
I think it's in your community.
yeah, I think I put it in community. I
know.
also did it on Twitter, but I got it. I got it. No, I got it. Just in a second. I'll pin it up there so that way people can they don't have to leave. They can just pull it up.
oh,
And then I'll be able to throw it up there. There we go. Oh, I didn't realize that.
are we going to be unburdened by sobriety, but you know, focused on the future?
I'm not sober.
Or
No, I'm not doing
drinking
this
my
sober.
one adult beverage, but I don't know that anyone could do this sober.
No, I am
Her
not
voice
doing
is
this sober.
grating. I am sorry. She is awful.
There we go.
What
It's
happened?
it's pinned in chat there.
All right. So, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
very
it's
competitive. Very
and
competitive.
if you don't like the choices that you have, just hit refresh on the page and it'll actually
Okay.
refresh and give you a new bingo card.
Well, I don't know if I like them yet. I haven't read them. I need a magnifying glass to read them.
Oh my gosh. Oh, ScrewTube doesn't like it.
Yeah.
Can't say what you want. Yeah, the YouTube does have quite a bit of that kind of stuff going on. That there are certain restrictions on the YouTube, but the cool thing is I am streaming on YouTube, on Twitter, on X, on Kick, so you can go over there and join in on Rumble if you want to. It's there also. I can throw the link up there to it. I'm everywhere. That's the thing. I am
He's like
everywhere.
American Express or Visa.
Or like Johnny Cash. I've been
everywhere, man. Okay,
that,
so if
that was
when I
that
click on it,
played
it
at
doesn't do
my wife's.
anything. Okay, I see. All right. I need to know the rules. I got to figure it all out so I know that I win.
Well, and all you have to do is just tap on one of the little things and it'll highlight it. Like if you tap on one,
awesome.
it'll highlight it. So you don't have to like draw it out or anything like that. It'll actually just automatically do it. Pretty
Mickey
neat.
D.
I was like,
You made serious entertainment snacks. I didn't get snacks. That's what I'm missing.
oh.
Oh,
Dang
wow.
Yeah, what's up, Jacob Castro? I see you over
bottomless
there.
cocktail.
I see Jacob Castro over there on the Rumble side. There you go. That's where Rumble is, and it's also I'm also on Twitch. So
Twitch, that's still around.
yeah, I guess I don't know.
I'm kidding. I don't know.
I honestly don't know too much about this stuff. I just throw it up there and go, okay.
I don't think I've ever Twitched before.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe twerked a little bit. No twitching.
No twerking. not since having a child. I don't know how women that have children twerk.
I don't know. Just wait until I get sponsorships, because can you imagine anyone less suited for a Raid Shadow Legends ad read? Yeah, so here's this game that my husband wastes a lot of time on. If you are a husband and would like to waste a lot of time, please do this. I'm supposed to tell you to join my clan, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'm still trying to figure out how to get out of, just standing and shuffle mode. So I might not be your team lead, but Raid Shadow Legends, everyone.
Click all the buttons.
God, that would be hilarious. Oh, that would be so fun.
All right. I think I'm officially ready. All right.
Yeah, and we've got about another 15 minutes before it really fires up,
Right.
And we will be pausing and stopping, so if people get freaked out by that, tough titty, because I'm not worried about it. Whenever the mood comes and we're laughing our ass off, I'm going to pause, because there's just there's no point in really worrying about it. It's going to be a 90-minute debate, and it'll have a couple of breaks or something like that. I think it has 2 commercial breaks. No.
Now, I do think that the Kamala campaign has set her up for failure here. Not only has she not shown strength by having to have an emotional support Tim Walz at her first interview, in which she spoke in platitude and stupid, but now she is going out here, and this is the first time that we're going to hear her speak about anything. She is not great under pressure. She is not a good public speaker on the best day. I do hope she pulls out the "you better thank a union member" and praise Jesus. I was there. And I'm like, in Biloxi, ma'am? You were born in Canada, need I remind you, or somewhere.
Well, she was born in the US, but she lived most of her life in Canada, a good portion of growing up in Canada. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, sure, that's the way things go. But own it. Hey, how's it going, Jack? I saw you.
You're not going to sound like Bubba's mom.
Washing the collard greens in the bathtub.
It's not going to happen.
Over here on Rumble, you can say stuff like when Hillary dies, I'm celebrating by grilling out fireworks, dancing like the Ewoks at the end of Return of the Jedi.
Oh, see, I have that planned for Kevin Spacey, but it's nice to have dreams.
Oh, it is. I could imagine that. Mo dancing like an Ewok. I was just like,
hey, it's the only dance I can do. Hey,
better than me.
I would just like to thank Rachel Ray Gunn for making those of us who kangaroo hop instead of dance feel seen. I do feel seen. I just didn't want to be seen as special needs. So thank you, but no thank you.
I know. Okay, so I did some shorts on that, and I put some on, YouTube, of course, and also on Instagram. The one on Instagram has almost 500,000 views already.
Oh, wow.
I'm making everybody mad over there. I mean, there's a lot of people think it's funny, but there's a few people that are like, and I'm just like, really? I mean, come on. They're like, well, I bet you can't do the half those moves. And I was like, I can do 85% of those moves.
Well, considering 85% of those moves are "help, I've fallen and I can't get up," I am also qualified to do most of those moves.
But I 100% did not, go to the Olympics and try to prove myself.
No. And I mean, here's the thing. I grew up where in my neighborhood, breakdancing was a regular thing. I mean, you would have like 10, 15, kids like in one group and 30 in another and 50 in another. The high school during gym class, you'd see guys breakdancing and there's very little interest in playing basketball because breakdancing was the thing. So
was the thing.
yeah,
It was
and
100% the
oh,
thing.
maybe whenever you see kids that are like doing backflips and doing I can't name all the crap. It's been over way too many damn years.
Right.
Let's put it that way.
Windmills.
So, but all the movement being fluid, I'm like, that's freaking impressive. And we're talking about like everywhere from little kids to grown adults being able to do this. And this person gets up there and acts like a shrimp that got left out of the water.
Not to mention, she is wearing like straight from 1987 jogging suit. I'm half expecting her to start running like Judith Light or Meredith Baxter.
I mean, if she would have done the Running Man, she would have. If she would have done the Running Man, she could have at least got on the board. She could even do that.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for like Halloween.
Hop.
Halloween's going to be a big one. And then also Christmas cards, families in sweatsuits again, next to an oak tree.
I have. What was this?
Don't give me any ideas because I would do that. Like hopping into your Christmas this year. I hope I don't break your New Year. B girl, B clan, feral.
Oh, that's awesome. No, even say that Fannie Willis is a moron who wears a dress backwards. YouTube stopped me from saying this earlier today. Which is great. I'd never had any of that. No, I knew of it, but that wasn't my scene. I mean,
okay, did you have a nickname? I had a nickname. Mo, did you have a nickname?
No. I was already weird in my own right, and so everyone just knew me.
That's same thing. I was like, no, I didn't really have a nickname. It was just like, yeah, that weirdo.
Well, everybody had nicknames.
My nickname was "Let me get the hell out of high school, so I never have to see you people again."
Well, there was that too. There was definitely that.
Yeah. Well, high school was different for me because by then the whole breakdancing thing had sort of like waned off. It really wasn't that big. And the closer that you get to California, like the trend, like the middle of the country, all the trends take about a year or two to get there. This is back in the 80s, before you had like internet. So it took a while for it to get to the middle of the country. By then it was already over and a new trend had started filtering in. So you're just like, by the time that I got out to New Mexico, it was all, everyone was into the like Don Johnson, Miami Vice, what was it, the fucking blonde tips or some crap like that. And me, I just show up wearing a pair of blue jeans and a t-shirt, and they're just like, "What's wrong with you? You're some sort of like punk rock rebel or something." I was like, I don't know what that means.
Oh my God,
sure.
Shizzy, did you go to your closest warehouse, start punching the air, and do some really angsty like gymnastics, Kevin Bacon moves? Because I could see you.
No, my jeans were hand-me-downs that had to be like stitched up, like on the side because they were like extra flare or something like that. So they were like sewed up on the side.
Oh no,
my ass was poor. I was a poor
extra flare. The extra flare got me. I'm sorry.
You don't think that I got picked on in high school? Come on. I mean,
who didn't get picked on in high school?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Well,
I mean, being poor, couldn't speak a damn lick of Spanish, and of course that's fun. That's fun for the Mexican kids because they'll sit there and like talk Spanish to you, and you're just like, I have no idea what you just said, but it sounds cool.
Star says nickname was Ziggy, and JKD
Ziggy.
Buck said Buck.
Buck.
That's awesome. Wait for it, Buck.
Oh, the debate hasn't started yet. The debate hasn't started. It'll be happening. It'll be happening. I'm waiting for it to kick on, and we've got another like 5 minutes before it actually starts. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. Right now, everybody's debating about the debate. What all the wonderful things that she has to say, but just can't because she's not that good.
I'm gonna go try to find the militia kittens.
You would have to be a very skilled and competent orator to not only divorce yourself from the current administration in which you sit as vice president and the shenanigans that went on the last 3 years, and say that not only that, but you are going to forge a new path forward in the right direction, expounding upon the current administration who you don't want anyone to associate you with. So those are two very different competing ideas. You can't continue to push forward from a pile of poo. You can't. And oh no.
Yeah, see, it's just like it's like nothing's happening. They're talking about old people.
No.
That's all. That's what I get. Like, look, I'm trapped in this place. They won't let me out, and and she's saying you're gonna have to join me here soon. You're getting up in age too. The hair dye only gonna last you so long, sweetheart.
Well, and she's like, I'm sorry to tell you, but your cats are not allowed in this nursing home. So your choice to have cats and not children, we have a no pet policy here. We do allow children.
But it's okay.
Oh,
we'll send them to Ohio. It's okay. They'll be safe.
I sent Shizzy, check your ex.
Oh, okay. Check my ex. Oh, okay. My ex, my dirty little ex.
Oh,
dirty little
it
ex.
was a banner day though. I did see an Oliver Chase bumper sticker in front of me. I can only assume that the car was stolen and graffitied with this bumper sticker, but there is one person voting for Oliver Chase. So there you go. I trust this cat before I trust the Secret Service, Donald. I'm just saying.
Same. Totally.
Well, here we go.
Uh-oh.
Beginning at 9 p.m.
Hunker down.
Hunker
Grab your
down.
cocktails. Get your snacks.
Oh, I thought you were going to say drop your socks and grab. What? Oh, God. Oh, so that was the DNC and the RNC. Big balloon fanfare.
Well, I mean, who doesn't love a face full of balloons more than Kamala Harris? It reminds her of Lily Brown.
Oh, that's so cold. That's so cold.
My favorite part of the DNC was after when the I guess the cleanup crew was in there punching all the balloons with the stabby things.
Can you imagine how abused those interns have been?
Party of joy.
Come on,
well, and
I'm speaking one more time, woman.
That whole thing I put down as the joy division because I was like, nothing fits it better than these two creeps. Like, what the hell is up with this lady's face? That's a madame, isn't it?
Well, why is she more masculine looking than the male pattern baldness man next to her? Because put that hair on him, he makes a more pretty woman than she does.
Which one are we talking about?
Okay, so the
two in the center
man there, has a more feminine face
Oh,
than
yeah.
that real dudish looking chick with the blonde hair. She has more bulbs than he
She
does.
just looks sour. It's like she doesn't
Yes.
have a mouthful of warheads.
Well, it might be the lack of teeth.
Oh,
It-
that's fair.
yeah.
That's fair.
What in the Dick Tracy am I looking at here?
Look at those shoulders. My goodness.
Jesus, Mary and
pads.
Joseph, stop it with the damn shoulder pads. You are not a linebacker for the 49ers.
But see,
Or the
it's-
Eurythmics.
I think it's really adorable because she also has the stray eye, like Annie does. I find that adorable. I don't know. There's
get
something
into the
about
weird eyeball.
there's something really interesting about like the stray eye on chicks. It's really weird. I don't know.
Did we fall
Sorry.
into the Murphy Brown timeline? What is up with these power suits and shoulder pads?
Yeah, it's to make her look bigger than she is.
Well,
Oh, here we go.
Can I just say that there's a lot less orange in the Trump world lately?
Good evening. I'm David
Somebody
Muir.
gave
Thank
him
you for
some
joining us
violet
for
rinse
tonight's
or
ABC
something.
News presidential
Looks good.
debate. We want to welcome
good.
viewers watching on
thank you.
ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Linsey Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day
Grace
now
Jones.
less than 2 months
Grace
away.
Jones, that's
For Vice
it.
President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from
Grace
the race
Jones
on July 21st.
euthaphized
Of course, that
and got
decision followed
got
his
some
debate
hair.
against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that
Not
brings us
really.
to the rules of tonight's
No.
debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates
Liar.
will have 2 minutes
Look,
to answer
she's got
questions,
she's got
and
a
this is the
midget.
clock.
She's got a
That's what
midget
you'll be seeing.
podium.
2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications,
Okay,
or
what's the
responses.
over-under
Your
that
microphones will
Kamala
only be
is
turned
slamming
on
a
when it's
pint
their
right
turn
now?
to speak. No
I'm
pre-written
going
notes
to
allowed.
slam one.
There is
They're-
no
they're-
audience.
they're trying to
control
angle
at
it.
the National
They're trying to angle it
Constitution
so
Center. This is an intimate
that way
debate
it looks
with 2
bigger than it
candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening.
Good for him.
Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's
All
now
he-
welcome
all he
the
has to do is
candidates
say
to the
everything
stage.
she
Vice
said's a
President
lie.
Kamala Harris and
Was there any
President
ass
Donald
slapping
Trump.
after the coin toss?
I don't
Good
know.
game.
Yep, she's got a midget podium. Look at it. There it is. They shook hands.
I was going to
Welcome
bet
to
on
the
that.
They are
wonderful to have
messing
you.
with the
It's an honor to have
contrast
you
There.
on his
tonight.
face.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get
No, we're
started.
not.
I want to
We're
begin
looking for
tonight
a
with
shit
the
show.
issue
So tune in
that
somewhere
these
else.
days is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle class kid, and I am actually
Oh,
the only
Jesus.
person on
Holy
this
slurs, Batman.
that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to startup small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on.
She's seething right now.
I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history.
Mm-hmm.
We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago.
There she goes.
This has been a disaster for people,
Can't
for the
help
middle
it.
class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration
can we
and border
pause
security
this?
during this debate, but
Yeah.
I would like to let
So-
Vice President.
Anytime.
Her face, this is exactly what you don't want with a leader, and this is why this sassy, snapback woman will not play in places that are historically patriarchal in the Middle East. In the Middle East, you are not going to be able to queen your way through things. Not to mention, I have a plan for I am not intoxicated, okay? Your country knows. I have a plan for everything. I
Well,
mean,
it's also
I'm out
to
slurring
me,
your words more.
it's the slur, but it's also, if you watch the teeth, it's this little back and forth, which
Right.
is she's she's chasing the pills with cocktails.
Yeah. Her inability to control her face. Again, if you are playing poker with President or with Putin, you don't want him to know that he has gotten under your skin.
Yep.
No.
And you know
First thing
already
he's
that
gonna do is-
off the onset that he got under her skin because she just immediately was like,
she telegraphed it.
no. Yeah. It's just like, and Trump, the whole time that she's speaking, he just stood there, just deadpan. Just
Okay, so
absolute deadpan.
I'm learning how to play poker with the Duke, and I can tell you, I've already been called out like 5 times because this face. I can see it now. I'm like, okay, she'll never be able to negotiate anything ever. I mean,
You want a Margaret Thatcher if you want a stone cold bitch. You want a feminine Janet Reno, if you can imagine such a thing. You want someone that will go up there, speak professionally, but you don't know what the hell is going on. Because right there, she telegraphed to every single world leader who I guarantee is watching this, that
sure.
not only can you irritate her, but she is thin-skinned and she will not take criticism well, and she will react emotionally. We saw emotional reactions. And as the first, if elected woman president, she is going to have to fight back against this over emotional thing. So does anyone have strategery on that side? Why do I have to be the voice of reason? Have you
No,
seen my hair?
here's something that I also noticed, like right off the bat from where Trump started and where he finished, and what this moderator just said. He is getting under the moderator's skin. He's getting under her skin. because he's talking about what he thinks is important. And this is something that I was thinking about today, that the best way that Trump can beat this debate is not talk about what the moderators want to talk about. They give you 2 minutes, you hit it, you hit that subject sort of short, you say that's not true, or this is the facts, and then you have the rest of that time to lay down everything that you want to talk about. You get your talking points out, that inflation is in the tank, that it's because of immigration, it's because of bad policies that this presidency has been showing for the past 4 years. And you stick to that, and it will get under their skin.
And Trump has probably been counseled. He is not speaking. You will not win over this moderator. You will not win over these. This is hostile territory. What you are speaking to are the people that have waited, 60 days for Kamala Harris to put up any policies. And they're going to continue to see this. Look, like I said, snap, 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 slay, coconut, whatever, brat, and America. It's not going to go well. And all of the, lady powerists are going to have to explain why it is that, she's getting flustered. She's getting emotional. Again, this is not going to look good for her. This is going to be certain kind of women are going to say, this is internalized misogyny, and why can't she show emotions? You can't show emotions because the Ayatollah Khomeini is not going to be real impressed that you're irritated with him. That's why.
Right.
Ayatollah go, oh, that just got under your nerves? Yeah, I've got like 4 of them already. He goes, you just got under your nerves? Well, guess what? Guess what the next thing I'm going to do is? It's going to piss you off even more. Wait until we start stoning women in the streets. Oh, I bet that really gets under your nerves too, doesn't it? He doesn't care.
Because feminists don't care about actual women that they could help, in actual patriarchal countries. No, but they will tell you about manspreading and how the acolyte needs to be brought back on because, lady problems.
Yeah.
President Harris respond on the economy here?
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about.
That was beautiful, beautiful. Oh, you could tell that he got under their nerves because he mentioned immigration. I got to back it up. It's beautiful.
Level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out.
Now
fast.
she wants to counter.
I created one of the greatest
he
economies in the
shifted
history
channels
of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook.
No, there it is.
A bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling.
Same old.
What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025.
There it is.
That the former
Another one.
president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute to respond.
I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President.
Yeah, that's right.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed
what
our
is an
relative
opportunity
plan
economy?
for the future of America.
She has been practicing this.
I know, but she has yet to explain what the hell an opportunity economy is, unless it's the opportunity to be able to eat in a socialist economy, because
well,
she's recommending price controls. I mean, okay, Colin or Kamala Lennon, I'm going to need you to explain a couple of things before shaking your hammer and sickle at me. I would just like to be able to understand what the hell is an opportunity economy, which you stole from President Trump because he had opportunity zones. Again, copy someone else's homework before I believe you.
Well, my biggest problem is they have been in charge for 4 freaking years.
Yeah.
Why is all of a sudden now she's going to do something? It's like what? Like you were going to do something about border. Like you were going to do something for women's rights. And all you did was tell women to chop their bits off and men to chop their pits off. And it was fine if men shower with women. This is the opportunities that you created by destroying any sort of advances that women made in anything, because now women don't have a safe space. Women can't go and say, look, I want to play baseball, but there's no way that I can compete with a 6'2" guy that weighs 195 pounds that can knock the ever living snot out of a baseball no matter how fast I pitch it at him. But I can compete against other women.
I'm going to chime in on this one. So we've convinced women that we're supposed to kowtow to these men who are pretending to be women, but we're supposed to also fight the patriarchy, but we're still going to be living in a world where we have to, bow down to men pretending to be women now. It makes no sense to me. It's like it was a weird bait and switch. I don't get it at all.
No, and this is the whole plan. It is to divide. And as much as she keeps saying, I want to be the president for all Americans, but only if you agree with me. Because the minute that you don't agree with me, putting gun controls on everybody, putting price controls on everything that people can purchase, buy, eat, sell, trade, the moment that you don't agree that I'm going to put unrealized capital gains taxes on you, that's how they're going to pay for all of this stuff. That they're going to say, oh well, your stock is worth, it was $10 yesterday, but it's worth $100 today. So we're going to tax you on the unrealized gains. Although you haven't sold the stock yet, we're going to tax you on it. And then guess what? We're going to tax you again whenever you do sell it. You might as well just sell it. This is their idea, and they hurt. As you've seen, she has no plan whatsoever except for to copy what Trump has done. And then what she doesn't copy what Trump has done, she's had the opportunity to do for the past 4 years and hasn't done anything.
Or do it now. Do it now.
This is the same argument that I have with Roe versus Wade. Again, you guys controlled all 3 houses. If you had any inkling, any idea that this was going to be a big hot button issue for you, and you wanted to protect the rights that, you say that are intrinsic to all lady bits kind or whatever, then you guys had a chance to make a blanket federal abortion, ruling that they're just legal. That's how it is. You guys had control of all the houses.
But yet they put a justice in there that can't even tell you what a woman is.
Well, but also
Well-
they keep going back and saying that it was Trump that overturned it. I was like, but didn't that happen last year?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
literally,
no, it was because of who he
2023.
put into the Supreme Court that was overturned.
It's
Even
ridiculous.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg was said this is bad law. This is
It's
not
bad
good.
law. It's been bad law since it was enacted. Everything that Wade ever did has been overturned. Like he holds the record for most overturned rulings in the history of law. You can look it up. Anything that Wade was involved in, it's absolute. Everything's been overturned. Everything. So, anyway, we can move on. I'm sorry.
I mean, I would just like to. I understand that these debates are good, but I wish we could go back to the old schedule where, there were 3 debates. One was usually about foreign policy. One was about,
Right.
local domestic policy, and then the other was a town hall. Because I can guarantee you, as people that are living through, having to go to Great Value, having to maybe plan out meals, not being able to go out with their family every once in a while to a restaurant unless we want to take out a mortgage payment. I want to hear what the hell you're going to do for me, and I want to be able to look you in the face and call you on your bullshit. Because your party for the last 4 years has been peeing on my shoulder, telling me it's a warm spritz, and that I'm just hallucinating the fact that Lucky Charms now cost $9.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Go buy a bag of potato chips. It used to cost like $1.99. It costs $5 now. Go buy a pound of meat that used to cost like $5.99 a pound. And you're going to be paying $18 a pound for it. Go buy some fish. Something that should be much less expensive, and you're better off buying a damn steak because it's just as expensive.
Yeah.
Why? Because it takes money for the fuel to have a ship out there catching the fish. Plus, then they've got to bring it back. It takes fuel. It takes manpower. It takes all kinds. Like they destroyed the economy by eliminating almost all the fuel that we had in any sort of reserves and any that's coming in, and we've been sending it off to Ukraine. Here you go, Ukraine. Here, have our goods so you can go fight a proxy war against Russia. Wonderful. Oh, but we're not allowed to talk about that because I might be some sort of Russian disinformation. No, I can see shit with my own eyes. I don't have to be paid by somebody to see how shit is going down.
Right.
I don't have to be paid by anybody to see that they've been fighting in the Middle East since well before I was freaking born. Not going to change. It's going to still happen. They're still going to be fighting over the same sections of land that they've been fighting over for the past, 5,000 years.
Right.
The worst thing for the Uniparty is that they pushed too hard and they went full mask off. And when that reality has come home, people with, again, those, I'm really not political, but, lean left, or I'm able to have these luxury beliefs. When they started having to, shop Great Value brands, it's the economy, stupid. People, again, there is no easier question politically to ask. Was I better off 4 years ago? This is not going to come down to, really smartness. You're going to have your diehards on either side. It's going to come down to, who do I trust to run this country like a business? This chick or a guy who's run a couple companies? I wouldn't invite either to my house. Let me be clear. I'm speaking here. I don't know. I think I caught it. Bitchitis is contagious.
I love it.
Stuck in my throat.
But you are hiring a CEO for this company, this country. You are not hiring someone to date your daughter. I would hire none of these people to be invited into my family. What I am hoping for is someone who's going to kick ass and take names for America and for me. And if you don't think that President Trump is the biggest, middle finger that I can send to the establishment, I don't particularly like the guy, but I am willing to send a horse's ass to Washington to get shit done.
how weird is it that Trump is the biggest punk rock move we can make? That's so weird to me.
Isn't it?
Weird that going to Latin mass Latin mass and being Shiite Catholic is now a weird counterculture move.
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute. When did Shiite Catholics become punk rock?
She's about to put her foot in her mouth. She's been doing it all night.
What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan.
Lehman Brothers
would
also agree
actually
with you.
No, we
explode
trust
the
Goldman
deficit.
Sachs.
16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
Who didn't have policies on our website until yesterday?
I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan. And it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her.
Someone called the burn unit. She's going to need some ointment. That's going to sting a little bit. That's going to sting just a little bit.
Run, spot, run.
Someone called the EMTs. I'd like to report a homicide. A homicide.
Run, spot, run.
And Trump, you know what? I'm still running for president, Mr. Trump, but you have my second vote.
Oh my God. Oh God. Yes. That hit right.
That hit her right in the soul. You could see it. It was like that Simpsons with Ralphie, and they slow down the footage. Like, you can actually see when his heart breaks.
You can the best part is she is almost laughing because this is goddamn funny. I mean, look at her face. She's trying not to laugh. I am telling you, she is trying not to laugh right now because that was fucking hilarious. His one-liner. I got to see that again.
Do it again. Do it again.
Here it comes.
4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer.
No,
Vice
not
President
true.
Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all.
He's right, because if you know how tariffs work, that's what happens whenever you put tariffs on something. Now, if the prices end up going up, that means that people will start buying American because they don't want to pay the tariffs on it, so they will start buying it at a reasonable price. Go ahead.
Okay, so I my thought on this is that makes a competitive marketplace. So there are people who are brand loyal, and there's people who are bottom line loyal. And then some people, they kind of want to play the field. And so if you come in with a higher priced product, it just creates a more competitive marketplace where people can kind of negotiate and see where they want to be. Right now, everything costs the same no matter where you go. It doesn't matter. And that's what we need is that competitiveness. And so if people, see that one guy's, charging more, they can make a little bit money by charging a little bit more, or they can choose to stay the same and get more people coming to them. I mean, the majority of the people go for the bottom line. I mean, there's not a whole lot of brand loyalty. I mean, I would like to think that there was. I would like to think that I would be. I mean, I know the products that I like, but also, it's all canned in the same place. Who cares?
Right.
But also, I'm seeing now, like, even when you go to like a KFC, sometimes they can actually throw you a Popeye's chicken bag out the window, and they're like, oh, wait, no, that's not yours. So the things that are happening right now with food and especially with fast food is it's being centralized. And so people are actually working for several kitchens simultaneously. I mean, like, it's wild times. It's the wild, wild west right now because people are desperate. And this is what desperation does. And
Yes.
so, we've got a weird thing happening right now. But if you do the tariffs, I do think that it will create a more fluctuating economy or marketplace, actually, because you do have that option to go high or low, or, what my mom always said, you don't have to go high or low, you go in the middle. I mean, you don't need the best, and you definitely don't want the worst. Go ahead.
We need to decide whether America is going to invest in its infrastructure and manufacturing and bring that back here to be independent, so we don't get involved in foreign wars and foreign, shenanigans. We don't have to say thank you, China, for those, fun camps and allowing us to, film Mulan over here. The problem is we need to decide, and then that is going to bring a really serious and probably beyond needed for the past several years talk about unions. And I understand that unions have done some good things, but they have also made American workers beyond uncompetitive in being able to manufacture here and things like that. So there is going to be a real come to Jesus in the next several years. We have to decide on a path. Do we want to, we saw it when the pandemic was around. We could not manufacture our own medications. Are we going to, as a nation, chalk that up to a security risk that we're just going to have to take because we cannot manufacture things here? Or are we going to manufacture? Are we going to invest in our infrastructure? I have seen not one thing of infrastructure in the Build Back Biden Better plan. We still have a grid that is aging and very vulnerable to attacks. We have, infrastructure that's crumbling. So when are we going to finally sit down and have some of these difficult conversations? And I know this isn't...
Well, people don't realize that infrastructure isn't just buildings and bridges. Infrastructure is much more than that. It is the ability to produce something. Say, for example, if a war breaks out, where do we get our chips from? We have to go all the way across to Taiwan to get our chips. To just to operate the machinery, to operate a drone. Where are you getting those parts at to do that? That right there is infrastructure. That is the ability to take your resources from mine to finished product and have something created. Instead, we're relying too much on China, on Taiwan, on Russia, on Japan, all these other countries.
Tariffs are also there for American companies that would like to cheapskate, pre-manufacture some parts or get parts from other, countries, cutting out the American worker. These are not only tools to hopefully encourage people to buy American, but also we have had a negative tariff stance for so long until President Trump actually put in some tariffs against China. China was raking us over the coals, and they still are.
And
we
Mexico.
are in so many unbalanced trade agreements while we protect the entire world because we apparently have to be the world's police people. So
and those tariffs also go against American companies, which people don't realize. So those, you say China, but also it goes against American companies. Say, for example, Ford. This was part of NAFTA. So Ford, what they would do is they would send all the parts over to Mexico. Mexico would build the cars because they could do it much cheaper than they could here in the U.S. Then they'd ship the cars back to the United States and sell it for the same price as if it was manufactured here in the United States, and they were making an absolute killing off of it. Now those tariffs would have also been put on Ford. So that way they bring the manufacturing back to the United States where it doesn't become profitable for them to ship labor outside the country. And
well,
you want to see
they found a loophole of made in America versus assembled in America.
Exactly.
And so they're saying it's the same thing, and it's not the same thing. And I think we need to get back to, and I'm okay with, working with Mexico. I mean, you don't have shipping costs. I mean, you can't even insure most of those shipments because they are so overladen with just materials and all kinds of things that, you can't even wrap your head around. Most of the companies that were going to China 10 years ago are going to Mexico to do their packaging or their manufacturing. And so that's a good thing, but we still have a lot of products that are coming directly out of China, and the biggest consumer or, distributor of Chinese made products is Amazon. I mean, who can argue with that? It's super cheap. It's really cheap, but it usually only lasts a year. It's weird. It's a weird time.
I'll move myself down here so whenever I pop stuff up, it doesn't cover your lovely face.
All of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, if she doesn't
realize
they
this.
should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars.
He's
I
not
had
lying.
no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
I love how he said that. She didn't. I caught it, and I think she might have caught it too. You heard what the president said.
Yeah. Why does he always look confused? I mean, he started out this debate looking confused.
He's sweating it.
Yeah. He doesn't know what to expect. They don't know what to expect from Trump because they're so used to him being bombastic, and he's chill. He's just.
I'm going to have to disagree. I think they are more worried about what's going to come out of her mouth. Because
that's what I
with
see.
Biden, they were used to covering for him. International became the President Biden opined about how taxes and tariffs were good. And they could do it because he was just a living puppet. And, people didn't really pay attention. But we have changed the dynamic, and they don't know how to cover for her. Because everything she said is so vapid and sloganeering and platitude that there really is nothing for them to say.
Right. And they're right. Trump is controlling this conversation.
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires.
We're never going to make
I'm just trying to remember things, but Feinstein and Swalwell, as far as I know, no Republicans or libertarians banged a Chinese spy and or drove like Miss Daisy with a Chinese spy. So call me crazy, but I'm pretty sure that
they also didn't have a Chinese spy running their candidacies in New York.
They also didn't give
Well,
$250 million to the Taliban. So I don't know. I'm just.
Well, they also they also didn't give over how, what is it up to, 160 billion, or is it million? I think it's 160 billion to Ukraine. That's not something that we did.
That number is just I'll send you a
I
link
got
to a
too
really
angry.
cool graphic that I don't know who made it, but it's like, it's insane. It's like, it shows all the numbers just rolling. It's wild.
Yeah. Well, and the best part about it is Ukraine is in turn sending that money back to they're purchasing Bitcoin and all that kind of
Oh
stuff.
yeah.
And then they filter it back through, and then they turn around, they sell the Bitcoin, and that money goes to Joe Biden and his brother and Hunter Biden.
Right.
Nice.
Requires focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First
Wait,
of
we're
all,
allowed
they
to talk
bought
about the
chips
origins
from
now?
Taiwan. We hardly make chips
Yep.
anymore because of
Oh
philosophies
God.
like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything
She's losing
that she
it.
believed 3 years
She's
ago,
losing it.
4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy, but if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country,
girl, don't
and when
switch
you
your
look
hips.
at these
Don't do it.
millions and millions of people that are
Just
pouring
doing
into
it.
our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our
What is she
country.
writing
President
down?
Trump, thank you.
Jesus
Linsey.
Christ.
I want to
She
turn to
hates
the
it.
issue of abortion.
She's
President Trump,
pretending
you
she
often
used to be a
touted that you were able to
prosecutor. There it
kill
goes.
Roe v. Wade last
There
year.
it
You
is.
said
Oh,
that
there it
you were
is.
Got another
proud to
one.
be the most pro-life president in American history.
He was.
Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they
When did
trust
she
you?
The
say
reason I'm
this?
doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not
It's
the current
Virginia,
governor, who's doing
not
an
West
excellent
Virginia.
job. But the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abort.
There was an actual congressional hearing on this where they actually interviewed the doctor that did this. I mean, and he admitted to it. This is not up for debate. I mean, he admitted it, that this child was born and they debated over what to do with the child. This is I mean, this is not speculation.
It's not.
This is not a lie.
It's not up for debate. It's just that it was the governor of Virginia, the guy
At the
who either
time.
dressed up in blackface or as a KKK member, depending on which Halloween party picture you look at.
No,
That's the only
yeah.
thing I was, because she is going to ding him and say it wasn't West Virginia, it was Virginia. But everything up, could we just, hey, socialist America, you know, those European countries you go on and on about how they're much better than us? Most of them have a blanket stop date at 12 to 14 weeks.
Right.
Even
First
they
trimester.
consider this up to 9 months barbaric. So
Yes.
if you would like to be like those enlightened countries, I would suggest that we look. Not many people liked it, but when it was safe, legal, and rare, we had a sort of consensus that yes, we don't like it, but you know, this is something that we can sort of live with. Let's give women more resources. Churches and Christian organizations have worked really hard to try to create pregnancy crisis centers and things like that. But we had a sort of medium, and then it became shout your abortion. And
Yeah,
many
that's
people that thought that they were pro-choice have found themselves completely unable to label themselves that. And it's just insane. We used to have sort of middle of the road kind of thoughts about this. I don't get it. I just don't get it.
well, and that's the pendulum swing that I've spoke of before. Because what happens is you know, you say if there's rape and incest and the mother does not want to have this child, I understand that I'm completely with you on this. But you take away those instances, which we hope are much rarer than they probably are. You take away those instances, and you say, now what do you say? Do you think that you should be using this as a contraception?
No.
Because that's what it's being used as.
And I do get that, but there's also countless numbers of situations, and some that we still haven't even discovered, in which a situation could be where either the mother or the child could be at risk. And I appreciate
Absolutely.
that. But you can't know that. And there should be no reason why a doctor gets to say, well, this is, you know, optional. I mean, what, somebody's going to die. I mean, I don't think there's a doctor on the planet that's going to say, well, it's up to you.
No,
I mean, they're going to say you have to do this or you don't.
My sister-in-law had her last pregnancy was very, very, very difficult, where she was in the hospital multiple times for bleeding. And at one point she had to show up because it was an emergency, shows up and had not her regular OBGYN. And he was like, I think we're just going to have to, abort this. And she looked at him and said, no, that's not going to happen. And now I have a beautiful 5-year-old niece because of that. Okay.
Well,
because
awesome.
she had that option to say, no, that's not how it's going to be.
Nobody's going to force you to have an abortion, and nobody's going to
this
force you
doctor
to
wanted
not
to.
have an abortion if it's medically necessary. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And
Yeah.
there's
Well, I
a
mean,
weird thing, like it's to me it's weird when, to me, the thing that gets under my skin is when people say you're pro-abortion. It's like, I don't know a single woman, and I know women on all spectrums of the political field that are, nobody's pro-abortion until this year. And then all of a sudden it's like we're having like abortion, truck yards.
We're creating
what is happening?
Yeah,
I
I do
don't
wish
get
that
it.
more was actually spoken about the actual emotional toll.
Right.
Yes.
20 years
For
out,
women.
30 years out, 40 years
20
out.
years out, 30 years out.
Right.
I mean, look, we can call this a clump of cells no matter what. That doesn't change the fact that so many women are not forced, but they make this choice, and it leads to terrible mental health and, depression, and I wish we would give it the gravity that it has. I am
Yes.
so disgusted by this shout your abortion, Lena Dunham, wishing she had had an abortion before her insides got scooped out. And yeah, I know that's deliberately crass, but it's Lena Dunham. I mean,
Right.
Yeah.
if you want to fight, if you want to die on the Lena Dunham hill, I don't know how to help you.
Yes.
But this is still a tremendous emotional thing that you're doing. And why can't we all just look at each other and say, regardless of where you stand on this is a terrible choice. This is,
Yes.
not a good thing. This should be a difficult decision. This should not be something that you use in lieu of birth
Take lightly.
control. And I speak as a mother of 6. I know how these things happen. I have found a new hobby. I do YouTube now.
Certain things you can do alone that you don't need a partner for.
It is 2024. No one doesn't have access to condoms. There are free birth control everywhere. Things like that. So
All you need are a couple of batteries. I'm just saying.
They don't have batteries anymore. They have USB cords.
I know, that's true too. You just recharge
It makes it weird when you have like the iPad Shuffle vibe.
I know, but it's a weird connector. It doesn't fit any other connector. It's like a special connector for that one thing. I'm like, oh, that's the guy. Okay, I can't use that.
Could you imagine this conversation happening on CNN?
Derailed. Sorry.
I love it. I love it. I love it. It's awesome. You guys are the best.
Abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where
Nice.
people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President,
Herman Gosnell. Planned Parenthood. No, it's not legal to unalive them after, but apparently you can sell their body parts.
Yes.
Do we really want to throw out a moral high ground, ma'am? Because I don't think you're going to like this. Shoulder
And
pads and all.
This is why moderators need to shut the F up. Because her speaking out like that, I right now, if you've got it on your bingo card, Mod's accused of being unfair because it absolutely should not have said a single damn word. It is not her job. It is not her job to debate this. It is not her job to be in this debate. It is not her job to do anything except for moderate. And her opening her mouth like that, Trump should have just turned around and walked out and said, this is bullshit. Like, am I debating you, or am I debating CNN? Am I debating ABC? Am I debating all of these people, or am I debating this person that's standing to the left of me that they have no agency, that they can't speak for themselves? Is that what you're saying, that she's incapable? And I would have just got up and left. Like, screw that.
True, but I think this
just
also
pisses me
shows
off.
that Trump knows. He knows he's going into the lion's den. Every Republican, every conservative, since the liberal takeover of the media, has known that they are going into a lion's den. Now, some choose to be a brawler like Trump, and he just fights everyone. Now, I will say that he is probably having more effect by being able to show that he is simultaneously arguing with 3 people right now and can hold his own versus this chick who's over here smiley face. And I think, you guys, on that note, I do in fact have jury duty tomorrow. That is not a joke. You are hearing this right. Someone saw my survey that said I make fun of lawyers and do a trial commentary. I can only imagine. I will let you guys know as soon as I am able who tried to typecast me because of my hair, because I do. And I am volunteering as tribute for any land boat operator, Morris citizen, or, Free Damastan, owner. I am willing to take on all sort of sovereign citizen,
American Indian.
cases.
Right. Gotcha.
I am there for it. Thank you so much, Shizzy, for having me on.
Thank you, Mo, for coming by.
It was
Y'all,
fun.
I will keep you updated because I have, as much as I am banking on not being counted or, taken for jury duty, is when they'll make me 4-person for like the next OJ Simpson trial in Indiana. So I'm going to be gone for a year. So I will try to keep you updated.
Here's the thing, Mo, and the best way to do this is if they won't select you for jury foreman. That is something you have to speak up for. And I suggest as soon as it comes up, if you are there, say, I'll do jury foreman. Everybody else will breathe a sigh of relief and they'll go, oh God, so we don't have to do it. And then you crack the whip on them. I'm telling you,
I feel
that's
my
how you
inner
do it.
Sarah Boone becoming very, very happy, and that's not good for humanity. I feel my inner Kamala Harris because I am going to tell someone, excuse me, I'm speaking.
Yes. That's all you had to do though, sweetheart. Just you automatically, as soon as you go in there, just say I'll be jury foreman, so that way we can keep things on track. I'm a mom of 6. I know what I'm doing.
My
also,
my Daryl,
can you ask them,
you have the power. Daryl Brooks, Esquire at law, would just get me kicked off any sort of trial anyway. Ask me about jury nullification.
Right, but can you also ask them if they'll stream with you later?
I know. I'm going to ask about whether I can wear wigs or not. I mean, what constitutes an inappropriate T-shirt? Different things.
I'm not the one.
Or you can show up with "I'm with stupid" that has the finger pointing to the next person next to you.
Just go in with a T-shirt that has Black's Law Dictionary just on it. And then the "Don't Tread on Me" flag on the back.
There you go.
My corporate name is spelled in all capitals. I do not go by that. I am the third-party intervener for the person known as Mo.
All
caps. Have a good day, Mo.
Come on, I've watched enough Daryl Brooks. I'm pretty sure I can figure my way out through my own trial after making fun of jury duty.
Oh gosh, I love it. I love
it.
Bye. Oh my gosh. She is so much fun. That is the first time you streamed with Mo?
Yeah.
Oh
She makes me laugh so much. Like I'm used to laughing with her or at her with her when she can't hear me.
Oh yes, no, she's an absolute sweetheart. That's
I love
oh
her.
yeah,
I love her. She's great.
Yes.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm gonna have to
really.
You continue. I've got to. I've had a whole cocktail and it's like a 30-ounce. So
That's it. Well, don't worry. I'm doing the drinking game.
I'm not gonna go. I just need.
Oh, I know.
I'm just gonna.
You're gonna take a little break. I'll keep playing the
do the girly things.
Yes, do the girly things. I know you guys were talking about those girly things a minute ago.
I'm sorry. Not really. Okay. I'll be back.
All right.
I'll be back.
Get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide.
Name one. She can't name one. Now, if the moderator was fair, she would say there is no such thing as a Trump abortion ban. If she was honest. But she won't do that.
Provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor.
That is up to the state. If you don't like the state, that is up to the state. However, a state makes their rules, that is the people of that state making that. If you don't like it, take your happy ass elsewhere. Move. It is state's choice. It's better than having the federal government say what you can or can't do. And there's no place that I know of. Now, I'm sure there might be, but I can't think of any off the top of my head that implement what she's saying.
Survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next.
What about the child?
Immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted?
Liar!
Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to.
That's completely different. That is completely different. Incest is completely different. Trump's already made these statements, and she's lying through her teeth again.
To carry a pregnancy to term? They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will
That's the thing. They have to put it back into place. If they want this to work, they have to put it into place, which means that they have to vote on it, which means that would be something that they would have to vote on. They would have to actually pass a bill that would create it a federal crime, offense, right, whatever. There is no such thing as an abortion right. There is no right anywhere in our Constitution about that. There is no right. To kill a child, there is no right. But she wants to put it in there. If she wants to put it in there, let them stand on that coal, let them stand on that mountain, let them shout it from the top of their head and, do this crap. But they won't do it. They won't do it. They've had 3 years to do it. They won't do it. They could have done it last year. They could have done it this year. They're not going to do jack squat. She doesn't like it. It's better than the federal government telling women what they're going to have to do with their child, one way or the other.
Proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his project.
Nope, that is not true. And she's talking about Project 2025 again. And Trump has already said she knows that's a lie.
2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American
She's
people
read this more than he has.
That certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states. And the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart. And they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance,
No.
has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D. And I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned,
But you can't do that because you have no idea how law works, because that's not how it works. You can't bring Roe v. Wade back. Roe v. Wade was a Supreme Court decision. You can't bring it back. You can't reinstitute Roe v. Wade. It doesn't happen like that. You would have to bring it in front of Congress, and then it has to pass Congress and the Senate. And if anybody knows anything about civics, there's no way that it's coming back in front of the Supreme Court. Jesus, she is an idiot.
and nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments.
Oh,
what is
there it is.
happening in our country?
Free
Working
IVF.
people, working women who are working one or two jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state.
That's because of you. You've run inflation like out the fucking roof. Why do you think they can't afford childcare? Because you've run it through the freaking roof. Like, you've destroyed our economy. You've destroyed our country in 3 years. You've undid so much that has put us completely in like the shitter. And now you're saying, well, it's Trump's fault. Oh, Jesus Christ, woman, you are an idiot.
To get on a plane sitting next to strangers, to go and get the health care she needs, barely can afford to do it. And what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why.
And what about a child's right to live? What about a child's right to live? I guess that doesn't matter. It's all about a woman. What about a man that wants to be able to raise a child, just because the mother doesn't want that to happen? What about that? Guess we don't take those into consideration. Men don't matter either, I guess.
In every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris.
Excuse me. I
Yes, she's full of shit right now.
have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question. Would you veto?
you could do abortions.
You notice they didn't mute her mic at all. You notice they didn't mute her mic. They're keeping it up.
In the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that.
But only for her. They've muted him multiple times. Yeah, you noticed it too, huh? Yeah.
Illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the number.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He changed nothing whatsoever.
Since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6?
Try the administration waited for 3.5 years, almost 4 years before all of the border states were just like, we're going to start sending these people to your sanctuary cities. And that's what they've been doing, sending them to the sanctuary cities. Yeah, she's getting completely curb stomped right now. It's bad.
6 months before the election to act. And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations.
Oh, here she goes. It's coming. It's coming.
For the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now.
No, that's not what it was for. I'm telling you, that's not what that was for. Oh, no, she didn't. No, yeah. Here's what they wanted to do. Door flung wide open. Yeah, she's good at this mouth position. What she did was want to put more border agents to process more people into the United States. That's what their goal was. To process more people into the United States. They opened the doors, they opened the floodgates, they did this from day one. And it didn't stem until it was time for her to start running for president. And then it was like, oh, I guess we need to do something about this. It took the National Guard of Texas to go down to secure Eagles Pass.
Overtime trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally.
Don't try to sympathize. This was policies that you created, woman. These are policies. You were the border czar. You were supposed to be there handling this. They sent you to foreign countries to get their shit under control, and all you did was laugh your ass off at them. You talked down to world leaders that gave you no respect whatsoever. And they said, we'll just send you some more, bitch. How's that?
Affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to
Wrong. That bill would have sent more resources over to Ukraine. That bill that they were calling border security was for border security between the Russia-Ukraine border. The amount of money that was supposed to go to the United States was to the southern border to help stem that bullshit was about $15 million. It was another $160 million that they were sending to Ukraine. And of that $15 million border control, about $5 million would have made it to the border. More money for Ukraine and more money for the Taliban. Absolutely.
prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why?
No. Nope. Nope. Are you saying that he has that much power? If he has that much power, then he's doing a much fucking better job than you did as a vice president. Him as just being a regular citizen, an ex-president, has more power than you do as a vice president. That's what she just said. Listen to it again. What she just said was a former president has more power than she does at vice president, has more control over Congress, Senate, and the justices in the Supreme Court. That's some strength right there. She just made him one of the most powerful men in the world. That he's doing much more than any president could. Amazing. Amazing.
Affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes
You've had 3 years to fix the problem, but you haven't been able to do
people of our
it.
country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually...
Why? Because immigration is more important. She's going to be talking about killing children. Wonderful.
do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success.
She's
not only
not
success, will end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up
He's getting
Springfield,
so
Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured.
Oh, really? Really? Oh. Do we have something for you? Oh, yeah. We've got something here. Because I knew that they were going to have to bring that up. So yeah. I'm doing it now. Yep. Give me just a second to find it.
Doing it live.
Yep, doing it live right here. All right. Here we go. I'll bring this up right here for you guys so you can see it. This comes out of Springfield, Ohio, right here. Haitian immigrants are overwhelming Springfield, Ohio, have been made the national news. Last week, I went there, John Husted did, and spent some time in the community talking to local residents and officials. Below is a summary of the facts and perspectives that were shared with me during my visit. I confirmed the summary with local leaders before posting. Local leaders, not just somebody somewhere else. The implementation of federal immigration policy by the Biden administration is the direct cause of overwhelming influx of Haitian immigrants. I included the word implementation because it doesn't need to be done this way. It's a choice made by the Biden administration. The Biden administration provided Haitian immigrants documentation for temporary legal status, usually 2 years. The Biden administration also recently changed federal immigration policy, which has exacerbated the problem by allowing each one of these individuals to bring up to 6 additional family members. The estimated population increase of Haitians in Springfield ranges from 10 to 20,000, and I'm trying to get the data on how many of those are public assistance. The local officials I spoke with explained these major problems. Immigration without assimilation, language barriers drive up costs, make it hard for educators and healthcare providers to do their jobs. Highway safety was raised as an issue because of language barriers and lack of training. There are many Haitian drivers who are not licensed or can't read or follow basic traffic laws. Costs. Translation services are expensive, and the cost of healthcare services are the burden on the taxpayers because they aren't either paid for by the Medicaid or uninsured. The costs ultimately are borne by the community and healthcare providers. I was told by healthcare providers that there has been an uptick on tuberculosis and other diseases due to lack of vaccinations. We're talking about TB vaccinations. Employers are hiring many of the Haitian population to work in food processing plants, manufacturing, warehouse, and distribution faculties. How did they get here? The best explanation is the temporary employment agencies were connecting Haitians to jobs at the local food processing plants, and this created a pipeline into Springfield. There are many to be other explanations, but this is the one that you heard most frequently. Many local residents expressed compassion for the Haitian refugees, explaining that they understood that Haiti is a terrible place to live right now, and they understood why they would want to come to America. But it was abundantly clear that the local officials and citizens have little recourse and need help. The federal government's implementation of immigration laws that have led to this overwhelming influx, which the community just can't handle, and that has generated a lot of anger and resentment. State and local officials can only enforce laws that are broken, and they can't make refugees leave or relocate, even when you find someone who is in the U.S. illegally. This is most often what will happen. Law enforcement officials across Ohio consistently say that when they find illegal immigrants in their communities, the U.S. Immigration Customs, ICE, will rarely follow through with an arrest, detention, and deportation. A refugee murderous suspect in Lima was hard to track down because DNA samples are not being taken at the border as required. border agent who gave up on the local sheriffs. We gave up on doing that 8 months ago. What's happened to Springfield across America is a direct result of the Biden-Harris immigration policy. And I hope the upcoming debate in the media will ask Camel Toe Harris what the people in communities like Springfield across the country are supposed to do about the mess that the Biden administration carried. And again, nowhere does it say anything about pets, cats, dogs, or any crap like that. So yes, Trump is making up a lot of shit. Yes, there are people that are attacking animals, and they're taking ducks out of ponds and probably cooking up a few kitty cats here and there. It's not as widespread as he's making it out to be. It's not that big of a deal. Yes, it does suck that the kittens are getting done, but this is what is going to happen whenever you have that many people moving into an area and you can't support the infrastructure. People get hungry. And if you were expecting that this not to happen, well, you got another thing coming. Sorry, I had to bring that up because this is something that they won't discuss with Camel Toe at all.
Right.
So yes, he is. They are correct. There is not this massive amount of cats and dogs being eaten in Springfield.
Or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
All
I've
this,
seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
You guys with their laugh.
In this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress.
There it is. Got that one.
And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States.
That's not true.
His former
That's
national
not true.
security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit.
Not
His
true.
former
Not true.
secretary of defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term.
That was back in 2020. That was back in 2020 that he said that. And that person actually is now, has always been a rhino. Has and always will be a rhino. And her statement about a general, that never happened. That's already been proven. I already debunked that one.
And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you. Because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people, not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far.
Yeah,
in fact,
he's not lying.
I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation.
That's right. Keep them guessing, Trump. Keep them wondering what you're going to say next, because it takes the wind out of their sails. Every single time he's taken the wind out of her sails.
proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number.
Simple as this. You ask for documentation. You put them on a bus, a plane, a train, whatever it is, and you send them on their freaking way. It's not
the
damn
places
hard.
you'll go. So we could go Dr. Seuss with this, or we could go dance, go marching one by one. Hurrah. Hurrah.
Hurrah.
I don't care. Get them out of here.
Yes.
Get them out of here.
Yeah. And if you want documentation, as soon as you cross over into the border, there's an entry point right down there. If you want entry, go apply for a visa. If you're not allowed in, then see you bye.
Right.
Do it the same way that every other person has done it over the past, 100 plus years that have been coming to this country.
Right.
You have to remember that people were held on Ellis Isle. It was a holding place. Okay, right. Ellis Isle wasn't just like all of a sudden you're on American soil, you're an American. No. No, they wanted to make sure that you were, first of all, healthy, that you didn't have any sort of diseases coming in there, smallpox, tuberculosis, those kinds of things, because those can get widespread into your country. You got tested, and then you had to apply to become a citizen. It wasn't like all of a sudden, you're all of a sudden a citizen. We're changing your name, and there's a lot of hoops you have to go through.
Is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah,
sure.
It is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers to come into our country, and they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. You know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down. You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed.
See, right now, what she's doing is writing down what she's going to say because she's not paying any attention to what he said whatsoever. She's writing down what she's going to say. And I guarantee you, she's going to have a very hard time. I would not be surprised right now if she's wearing a little earpiece
on the ear that's covered.
Mm-hmm.
The fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that they made. Crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country.
Excuse me, the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Absolutely.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted.
Oh, here we go.
National security crimes, economic crimes.
Wait, prosecuted but not convicted of national security crimes. Why was that? Because there was no crime committed.
I think she's confusing the terms persecuted with prosecuted.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Uh-huh. You're taking me all to the corner store to get a drink. Don't worry. I'm already like halfway there.
Heidi, I'll Instacart you something.
There you go. There you go. Oh, she's gonna get nailed to the wall on this.
Election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next.
Really? This is what you're gonna say?
Throw my phone at the fucking camera. I swear.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know what they accused of him for sexual assault? What they considered sexual assault, and it had nothing to do with her. It was because of that comment that he made on a bus in front of the reporter. They said, well, he probably said something that was vile and disgusting and misogynistic, and so they considered it sexual assault. But whenever they accused him of the graping, they were just like, there's no way possible that happened. Now, did he say something dirty to her? Yeah, they consider that sexual assault.
How many
That's
girls
all.
say something dirty to guys to get them to do stuff?
Never would you say something like that. You're a sweet, innocent little.
I'm not saying me. I'm saying girls in general.
Oh, trust me, I know.
It happens. It happens. And wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Speechless.
But this is like nothing. This is a nothing burger, and the best thing Trump can do is say their immigration policies absolutely sucked because she's gone on the personal attack of Donald Trump. You're thinking of my ringleader.
No, MG Law. MG Law.
She is the ringleader. You know she is. You know she's absolutely the ringleader.
What circus am I running?
Always. Oh my God, that's hilarious. God. Thank you, MG, for the Discord thing. That's hilarious.
Big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president.
Well, you clearly don't. You clearly don't, Miss Vice President. You clearly have never had any respect for the rule of law. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
President called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses.
You have no plan for the housing shortage. Your plan for the housing shortage is to create another subprime loan issue. That is what your agenda is. If anybody is out there listening to this and you see this kind of bill come across that they're going to want to give loans to people for first-time home buyers in the thousands of dollars, decline this stuff. Get rid of it. Do not vote this crap in. This is the worst possible thing that you can possibly do to people. Here's the thing. If you cannot raise enough money to pay for a down payment on a home, that means that you are incapable of saving enough money throughout the month to make a mortgage payment, insurance payment, to pay for minor repairs to the home, or even a major repair if that home happens to need a roof on it. That means you cannot afford a home. This is a bad idea. And it sucks to say, and it sucks that people can't afford a home. But there's a way to get that shit under control. Building affordable housing. What is affordable fucking housing?
Quit building. Build the stuff that you already have.
What is affordable housing? People have tried to explain, affordable housing. Well, what is affordable housing? Because what I can afford is not the same that Rosalind can afford, and it's not the same that MG can afford, or the same that Brenda or Bad Duck can afford. Each one of us has a different level of what we can afford. And you should be able to, purchase something that you can afford. I can't afford to buy a brand new Mercedes, but I sure as hell can't even afford to buy a Honda right now.
I wouldn't buy a Mercedes. I'm just saying.
I might be able to afford to buy a 10-year-old car or maybe a pickup truck or something to get me from point A to point B. But so wait, you're telling me that a $600,000 home should be affordable to somebody that has never even saved a penny in their life? Affordable housing is a sham and it's a lie. And she's not going to do anything about there is. And I tell you right now, folks, there is no shortage of housing.
No,
as much as they want to say that there is no shortage of housing. Because if you want a home, you can buy a piece of property, you can build a home on it for a hell of a lot less than what she can do it for.
Right. It's true.
Address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponents.
Yes.
And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal.
Yes.
And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country.
Yep.
They weaponized the Justice Department.
Well, except
Every
for
one of
MLK.
those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases.
Mm-hmm.
And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on
Fake
this notion
news.
of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024
Oh, we understand extreme from you and your administration.
is taking place. The United States
Kitty
Supreme
Kate,
Court
can I just say
recently
something?
ruled
Kitty Kate,
that the former
honey, I'm so sorry. I know it's really rough times right now, and I'm sorry this is happening. I'm sorry. I know. I get it. It's hard right now. Really hard.
Yes. 3 million homes will drop the current housing market by 40% from what Realtor Buddy told me. Where are they going to build the homes? That's the problem. Because they're not talking about see, this is what you don't understand. 3 million new homes are not going to help out, because the 3 million new homes that they're talking about building are basically nothing more than cattle sheds. Slaves had better housing than what they're proposing to build. And they're not going to build those houses in your neighborhood. Those houses that they're going to build in California, and they're going to build in New York. They're not for you that might be living in Colorado. They do not give a shit about you. They are for major cities. If you're not in a major city, you're not going to see a penny of that shit. All you have to do is look at the high-speed rail that they were building from Los Angeles to San Francisco that was only supposed to cost about $3 million. And it's already in the 15 million, 20, 30, 40, 70 million, and it only covers a small stretch of land. So no, it's not going to help the housing market at all.
You don't even want to see what they're building in Dallas. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And it's all Section 8. And it's luxury.
Yes.
It's luxury homes, but it's all Section 8 because of where it is. And it's stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
the president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States. That
lie. That is a complete lie. And I'll have to hit it.
Liar! You told some of the biggest lies that I've ever heard of in my whole life.
He would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies.
Liar!
Someone
No,
who
that's
has
what you
openly-
did.
That's what they've been
Literally
doing.
what you did.
Yes. He had an opportunity to arrest Hillary legally, arrest her and have her thrown in prison. I love it. Love it. But who is actually doing it? Exactly, MG. Who is actually doing it? Trump knows he's already got to her. He knows that he's already got to her and she's losing so bad.
expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
Vice President
stop
Harris.
him.
Thank you. Linsey?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsey?
Vice President Harris, in
Yeah, you notice how they don't have
Say
her mic muted, but they have his mic muted.
Yeah.
Huh.
But he
Yeah,
just
let him
started talking
respond.
loud
Exactly.
Wow.
No, I don't blame him. He should have. He should have. He should have. Because they're muting him, but they're not muting her mic.
your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted
there it is,
mandatory government
fracking.
buyback programs
Bingo,
for assault
people.
weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now
You
you're
got
taking
bingo?
a harder line. I know
No.
you say that
I
your
was just-
Oh, you
values
said
have
bingo.
not changed. So
Well,
then
for
why have
the
so many
bingo
of your
players.
policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss
Oh,
every
dear
one
God.
of at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made
Nice.
that very
My
clear in
values have
2020.
not changed.
I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking
Liar,
Quack.
liar, liar. Quack, quack. I know of active duty and they don't want her. Oh yeah, no, they don't. They don't. The expert.
I
you look
literally
fun.
cannot tell you what my son, who is currently in the Navy, told me. I can't tell you, and it's not good. I mean, no. There's
Well-
no support.
Yeah, this right here, she has been all about. They already stopped it. They already stopped it. Who shut down the Keystone Pipeline? It was your administration that shut down the Keystone Pipeline.
Right.
Who changed and is currently shut down all those kinds of operations where they have limited the amount of oil that they're able to drill.
Right.
They have shut down our economy because of this. You've taken gas and fuel prices to astronomical levels, which brought up inflation. You overloaded us with more people than this country can handle. Oh, now it's like, oh, I'm totally for fracking now. Yeah, we can pull up her record on the lies that she is telling, and all she's doing is lying now.
vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which
That has nothing to do with fracking. That right there removed all of those, all of you waiters and waitresses. That Inflation Reduction Act just taxed all of you on your tips that you were making. That right there is what the Inflation Reduction Act did. It screwed all of you people. Keystone has nothing to do with our country other than moving it down through refineries and ships to other countries from Canada. No, because you end up getting oil from that.
opened
No,
new
I was
leases
laughing at the
for fracking.
expert.
My
he's
position is
awesome.
that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we
It's true.
reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We
No,
have
really?
had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of
No, you haven't. That is a lie. That is an absolute
Yeah.
lie. Because if we had an increase in domestic oil production, our gas prices would not be through the fucking roof. That is why I know what she is saying
And our
is a
grocery
lie.
prices would not be through the roof. I mean, it's all cyclical. It's
Exactly. Kitty Kate said, I need bracket.
where's my fucking goat?
Oh my God.
Damn it. Oh, there it is.
I've got better than your goat. You know that, right? I do have better than your goat. Let me see if I can find it. Damn it. Where is it? Son of a bitch. It's hiding from me. It's illustrious. It's hiding.
Spit on that thing.
No, here it is. Better than the goat.
An approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hard.
No, you grew up in a Marxist family in Canada. So go ahead. Continue on. Go ahead. What was that you were saying? Liar? I mean,
working mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times.
Diane, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. That's wonderful. Diane, you're awesome. You're awesome. Oh, yeah. She did not grow up in a middle-class household. No. Middle class, suddenly black family. Uh-huh.
Is a value that I bring to my work.
So tell us, Camel Toe, how much money are you worth right now? And your
What is the
husband?
value you bring to your work?
Yeah. I love it.
I'm sorry.
Did he personally file bankruptcy or was it one of his companies? Absolutely true. Very valid point. With a Southern accent.
Southern.
To say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3.
She's
Look at
never
his
built a
face.
fucking thing.
Look at Trump's
Yeah.
face.
Yes, he's trying not to laugh. He goes, sweetheart, I probably built the buildings that you're wanting to, that all your illegal immigrants are living in right now. Okay. I probably had my hand in that. Trump has built so much. And we're not talking about, oh, he just showed up. No, he was involved in the building of every single one of those.
3 million
You need to
homes,
screen
increased by 3 million
capture
homes
that,
by the end of my
please.
first term. My work
Mhm.
that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And
Oh,
my focus
no.
then on protecting
The long
What does
blink.
that have to do? What does that have to do with you doing anything for the economy?
Well, no, did you see her eyes were closed the entire time she said that? I mean, that's deceptive.
Yeah, it's a lie.
I'm sorry.
women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for
Yeah,
those
you got
who are most
illegals
vulnerable.
flowing into this country
My work
assaulting
that
women.
is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams.
Now you know that they've lost.
What is she talking about?
You know that they lost. This right here is the sign of defeat. She has got all of the catchphrases that she could possibly throw in like less than one paragraph. Oh my fucking God. She knows at this point she is lost. Because she has nothing but catchphrases. She's got violent assault all to building homes and Social Security, Medicaid to, oh my fucking God. It was like listening to goddamn Biden is the same person in her ear that is in Biden's ear. It has got to be the same fucking person rattling shit off. Like, you've got to mention this. You've got to mention this. You've got to mention this. Because listen to her nonstop. And she makes no sense whatsoever.
Weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Linsey?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about
it's coming up. I had to rewind it a
threat
bit.
to democracy. They're the threat to democracy
President
with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot
that
to get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Linsey?
Vice President Harris, in
There we
your
go.
last run for president,
We'll count
you said
it
you
out.
wanted to ban
Different
fracking.
topics.
Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now
Now
your
this is about
campaign says
fracking.
you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
There she goes.
My values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss at least every point that you've made.
Three-
but in particular, let's
three
talk
policies.
about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania.
Fracking
I made
one.
that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on longstanding work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up
11.
and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure
12.
of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well, first of
response?
all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions.
Yes.
And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever.
Yes, she has.
Gave
she
all that
has.
stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police.
12
In
policies.
Minnesota, she went out. Wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
Slapped. He just knocked the shit out of her. Because she was talking, her mic was muted, and he was like, "Excuse me, I'm speaking." That sound familiar?
Dun, 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 dun,
Love
dun,
it.
dun,
We
dun.
got it. I'm speaking. Got it. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, I love
from
it.
the police.
Let's
In
fucking
Minnesota,
go.
she went out. Wait a minute. I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
He got her. He got her. Oh. I'm sorry. That was, she was not expecting that. Oh, beautiful.
Oh, that was beautiful.
She went
Wow.
out. She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever
Yes, she
think
did.
of.
She
Now
did.
she wants to
Yes.
do
Yes, she did.
transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important
Oh,
in
yeah,
my
she's
opinion.
pissed.
So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were.
Yep.
I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get to.
environment that
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Linsey, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know
Here
is
it
a
comes.
cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president.
But we're not a democracy. We are a republic. We're a constitutional republic. And if you would have been following the Constitution, they would have actually investigated the claims that he was making before they actually did this. But they delayed.
If you say it enough, Shizzy, it makes it true.
Oh, yeah. Yep. It's getting ready to come. It hasn't come yet, but it's about to.
It's the George Costanza model.
If they say it, I've got a bingo. They say it, I got a bingo.
In a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out of the Capitol that day. The officer.
I got, man, my ticket got filled up really quick. Look. So accused of mods of being unfair, January 6th tariff, childcare costs, free IVF. I got all of those right across the bottom.
You accused the mods of being unfair. I'm not sure that Trump has, or
I let everybody mark it. I got to let everybody mark it.
God damn it.
Because the mods were unfair. That was absolute bullshit whenever she jumped in there and started speaking and not allowing them to debate.
That's true. Fair. That's fair. I get it. Damn it. I hate losing.
It's okay. You still have a chance.
I will never get used to losing. I can tell you that.
Under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer.
I like his haircut.
That should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world.
Look at her rebooting.
All over the world.
She's trying to figure out how to
crime
respond to
rates are
that.
down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are
you.
those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted?
Yes.
Or in Seattle?
Portland.
They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle.
Cleveland.
When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Because as soon as they started talking about January 6th, and they told him, don't get into a discussion of January 6th because it is completely irrelevant to this debate. You need to stay away from it. You need to steer clear of it. And he did. It's not.
He did,
it has
he did a
nothing
good job,
to do
but
with
it's not irrelevant.
Just ask.
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question.
It's a very simple question. It's
Were
a lie.
you there?
It's a lie. And he'll tell you it's a lie.
As we move forward toward another election, is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C.
Yes.
And the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was.
That's very, very true. And he can sit there and change the question. He already gave you the answer. You just don't like the answer he gave you. And he needs to keep answering it the same way. This right here is on them. This is on Nancy Pelosi. This is on the police chief of the Capitol Police. This is not my problem. And stand his ground on that.
Shizzy, the stuff I've uncovered doing the research I've been doing. I mean,
trust me, I know.
I mean,
your research is amazing.
It's just insane. No, it's actually making me a little scared. Like I'm used to researching people who are deceased.
Yeah.
All roads lead back to a certain person, and it makes me very nervous. Very nervous.
I can imagine.
Yep.
Was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. But I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol.
Oh boy.
Christ. Here we go.
Okay. This is going to be bullshit. But
January
here we go.
6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob.
Liar!
Our nation's capital.
That's defamation right there. Sorry, that's defamation.
You might be right.
Because we've got multiple sources that say that is not true. He did not incite a riot one way or another. And that right there, she should be held civilly liable for the lies that she's telling. No different than Joe Biden should be held liable for saying that they should have prosecuted Kyle Rittenhouse civilly.
To desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former
Some died. Again, another lie.
Did any law enforcement officers die that day?
Yes, but they died from a stroke whenever they went home that night.
Later, after the fact.
Yes.
Okay.
But that's what I'm saying is these are all lies that they've been telling for the past 4 years.
our nation's capital, on that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died.
Yes.
And understand, the
No.
former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason.
An impeachment that didn't pass. So he was not impeached, sweetheart. If you knew the law, the impeachment didn't happen. He was indicted, but he was found innocent of it, you dumb bitch. He was completely found innocent of it all.
But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob.
Another lie. And why aren't they stopping her from saying these things? Because these are more lies.
Well, the lies they promoted.
He was impeached but not removed. Yep. And more lies. Now they're gonna sit here and say this again, and I'm going to tell you that is an absolute fucking lie. That is not what happened in Charlottesville at all. After Charlottesville, he had a very, very much, and I'm gonna pull up exactly what that is, because I'm not tolerating this bullshit of a fucking lie over and over and over again. Whenever we have what he actually said there, Charlottesville, he said it multiple times. And I'm not going to let it stand, because this is just absolute bullshit that she's saying these things. She's changing what she's said as far as policy, which are completely not true. And she's just going to continue on with this bullshit over and over and over and over. It is like gaslighting 101. And we've been able to pull up all of the shit that she said over the past. We're going to pull up the same shit that Donald Trump said during that. Oh my freaking God. Wow. I hate that I have to do this, because that's usually so far back in the streams. But yeah, I'll pull that up. Oh wait, I do have it. Hold on just a second. Right here. It's right here. Hold on. I think I've got it. Yeah, here it is.
Oh no. Don't do that to me. I mean, come on.
Okay, here we go.
You had
I'm
some
serious.
very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group. Excuse me. I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to the name. And you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And you had some very...
There it is. And let's hear what she's going to say.
Of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate.
When did that happen?
Then at the time say there were fine people on each side.
No.
Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was.
No, that's not what he said.
That's not what he said.
Nope.
Oh.
Well, let her continue on with her lies.
I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law. and to end the chaos and to end the approach that is about.
Jesus Christ. I'm going to get you, Shizzy. One of these days, I'm going to get you. How am I supposed to take that seriously? Seriously.
I wasn't responsible for security.
For the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where Bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity,
Debunked.
All of these people, they covered it.
Hell's,
If they
Hell's reference.
Sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper.
Oh, you don't want to
and they
know.
still bring
I
it
can't
up,
show
just
that
like they
one.
bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed.
We're doing it
You'll
live.
wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President.
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on
fucking
this next issue
genius.
both of you.
That's
It really
right.
brings us
Love it.
this into focus. Truth in these times
He's
that we're living
beating
in.
the snot out of
Mr.
her.
President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what he said. What can you prove?
That's right, MG. Absolutely.
That was a total nothing burger. Exactly. Yeah, the president has the authority to lock down the border completely for any reason or no reason, and he can ban any group from entering for any and or no reason.
I just want to say
Already
join the
in
Texas
law.
Republic because if things go south, you want to come down here, you're welcome. We've got room just there.
Don't worry, I got plenty of room. And well, nothing.
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in
No, I
2020?
don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say it.
sarcastically.
But
You know
those-
that. It was said,
I love it.
oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into
She knows
our
it's
country.
I
true.
did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification.
No, how about we point out here that you're a moderator and you don't need to be debating the president of the United States. You don't need to be debating any of these people
Why is he chiming in on that?
because the mods are unfair. Moderators are cheating on this, and they know that they are. And that's the thing. They know that she has just gotten her ass handed to her, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but almost through the entire debate. She has gotten just hammered. Not even using zingers or anything like that, just using plain facts. She has gotten completely demolished.
And you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No judge
Republican.
looked at it.
and said there
They
was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show
They
you
won't.
Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and
Don't go to
statistics.
Pennsylvania.
But you know what? That doesn't matter because we have.
Yeah. What do we need to show? What do we need to show? Do we need to show this right here? Here, how about I show you election night in Georgia? Here, how about that?
I hope late in the game of flipping this election, but we shall see. Is Georgia, and that state's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger is with us now. Mr. Secretary, good morning on a busy morning. I guess the big question is, Hoda.
Yeah, we want to know, when are we going to get your votes? When are we going to find out who won your state?
Well, we have about 2% left to go. We had great success yesterday. We had 4.7 million voters that voted. Record breaker for us, beats the 4.1 in 2016. We also had average wait time of only 2 minutes, statewide average. We have about 2% left to go.
Oh, that's fascinating.
2%.
You can see where we are right now. The results have been reported. I don't think it'll change any of the outcomes, but that's what really people that make those predictions do. What we'll do is get.
Well, that was interesting, though. We were just getting to the good part there because the Secretary of State said they got 2% left to count, Chuck, but he did not think it would change the outcome.
That's interesting.
But then he deferred to the prognosticators, which I think is over to you.
Look, I can just tell you what our models say is where those counties are. They are heavily Democratic counties, and it's the Atlanta number. So it is going to shrink. Perhaps, if I were an arbiter of an election result, I wouldn't want to be the one saying yes. And when we count the vote, it'll change the result. I think his job is to be the umpire.
Well, let's ask Mr. Secretary. Can you hear me now? You just were saying something.
I'm getting phone bombed or something.
Oh, okay. Well, fair. You're probably all your friends wanting to know the same thing we want to know, which is when is Georgia going to report its results? But you said something interesting, sir. You said 2% left to count. You didn't think, however, that it would be changing the outcome. Is that based on your analysis of where those
50%.
votes are outstanding, or are you just guessing it because of the fact that it's only 2%?
We don't guess. What we do is report. We just see where the candidates are right now in both presidential, congressional, senatorial. And you look at how many votes are out there. Even if one of the candidates got 100%, it probably wouldn't be enough to move it one way or the other.
Gotcha.
But
And you heard it right there. And not even an hour later, that all changed. Not even an hour later.
Good night, Elkie. Louder.
Good night, Elka. How you doing? You have a good one. Meds are kicking in. Have a good night, all. No, that's why I had to bring that up. Sorry, just for reference.
I was about to punch the screen, so it was probably good that I saw that pop.
Yeah, I know. I could see it. I could see it coming.
Solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight.
Oh, here you go. I wanted to show that one earlier.
Oh, wow.
Sorry.
That's a good one.
He didn't say that he lost by whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Beetlejuice.
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election.
Really? Uh-huh. So one of her campaign lawyers is one of those violating the law. Certainly sounds like he just admitted it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have
No, they're not. They're scared of Donald Trump. They're so scared of Donald Trump right now. The EU is scared of Donald Trump.
She's never been to Europe, but she's been to paradise apparently, so that's fine. Okay,
well,
I need a cigarette after that one. I'll be back.
All right.
Oh my god.
talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person.
Exactly.
Smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline.
Right.
The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban.
Oh, we're trying to make it light.
He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her.
Yeah.
But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I
up.
think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris
Harris, this is your fault. This is your administration. Now's your time to shine. Oh no, because this is old rhetoric. I can predict exactly what she's going to say. She's going to turn around and she's going to say, we're working on a ceasefire and Israel should be condemned for it. And there should be two states there because Palestine should be a state also. Those are the 3 points that she's going to make. And that's the same points that she made last time she was asked about this question. It hasn't changed. She's going to say that Palestine should be its own state, that Israel should end this end this by having a ceasefire and agree to a ceasefire, and that she supports a two-party state. That it's the same shit over and over again.
December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Biden is sitting on the beach.
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas
Sweetheart, you don't understand how you got here. Because over 5,000 years ago, these people have been started fighting, and it hasn't stopped. They've had ceasefires, but it hasn't stopped. Word salad. You're right.
A terrorist organization slaughtered 1,200 Israelis.
Name them.
Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert.
Name them. Name them. Name them. Name and shame them. This is such garbage. This is such garbage. Name them. Name them. Hamas is the ones that did this. They took hostages. They went through and they massacred innocent civilians. But she's not going to blame them because she won't even name them.
Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many.
No, it doesn't matter how they defend themselves. You defend yourself. If you've never been in a street fight, then just shut the fuck up. Because if you ever get in a street fight, there is no rules to a street fight at all. And that's all this is. It's just a damn street fight. So shut your cake hole.
Innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers.
And those innocent Palestinians would not have been killed had they not put them in the missile silos inside of schools and hospitals.
What we know is that this war must end.
See?
It must end
ceasefire.
Immediately. And the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel.
What about
But
Hamas?
We must have a two-state solution
Palestine,
where we
this
can
so-called
rebuild
group
Gaza,
called
where the
Palestine?
Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President
now you
Trump, how
changed
would
it.
you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there.
Yep.
But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech.
That's right.
She refused to be there.
That's right.
She was at a sorority party of hers.
Yep.
She wanted to go to the sorority party.
True.
She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At
That's
the
your
same time, in her own way,
rich buddy.
she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people.
That is a lie. That is an absolute lie.
He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is
Not
well
true.
known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is
Nope.
well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well
Nope,
known that
that's
he
not
said
true.
when Russia went into Ukraine, it was
Liar!
brilliant. It is well known
Liar!
he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un.
Liar!
And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again
Liar!
because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors.
Liar!
And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not
This is how I know that they gave her all of the questions ahead of time. They knew exactly what they were going to be asking. She knew how to go at him like this. She's thinking that what she's saying is hurting his feelings because they think that you're a disgrace. What her whole attack is to say a whole bunch of shit that she thinks is going to get under his skin, and if he's smart, he's just going to go, yeah. None of what she said is true. She's full of shit.
consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Debunked.
And she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins.
Yes, he
and
did.
I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective.
Right.
And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Tear him up. Tear him up. I got to skip over all this crap right here. Liar, 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 pants on fire. All right. Just trying to pull it back up. Make sure that I don't catch too much. Give me just a second. I'm having to stream through the commercials here. Yes, they want to break America. No, I'm watching shitty commercials. You don't want to see any part of this.
Back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue
It's
here.
not
I want to turn
historic.
to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine.
Oh, really? You got it. Cool. Thank you, Kaiser. I appreciate it. Yeah, I saw this one too. Kaiser sent this one over. I'll bring it up. I'll bring this one up because yes, this is body cam footage. I'll show it here for you guys.
What did you do? Why'd you kill the cat? Smile for me. Smile with your teeth. Go like this. Did you eat that cat? Did you eat it? No, why'd you kill it? Did you guys see all this?
No, we pulled up and she was just laying there with it.
Did you see her eating it?
Eating it.
She was eating it?
Yeah, she was.
You call the Humane Society, see if they'll come pick this cat up. It's deceased.
Yeah. Thank you, Kaiser. I pulled it up earlier, but I couldn't find it. Thank you. Well, when my chat calling someone out about Jewish people just got yeeted after I had to refresh. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's horrible. All right, back to it.
From Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty
Thank you,
and
brother.
democracy.
Appreciate you.
That it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve
Yes,
this
no
war in
desire to
24
do
hours.
that.
You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want
That's assuming that you think Putin would move into other countries. From what Putin said, that they wanted that there were people there on the border in Ukraine that left Ukraine. They wanted to join Russia. Most of them are Russian speaking. They don't associate with Ukraine, which they consider to be a fascist country, no different than Nazi Germany. They wanted to have nothing to do with them. They found nothing but corruption, and they left Ukraine. Ukraine did not like that. They went in. They actually committed a coup on that state. And whenever they did that, Russia came in to defend them. And that's what started all of that shit. Long before Russia went in and invaded Ukraine. That's what started all that shit. Well, it's been going on for longer than that, but that's what started that particular skirmish. So,
Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
They
here.
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts
on
support
well
for
done.
Ukraine
Well
in
said.
this moment, but also as commander.
You know why that was well said? Because he wasn't siding with Ukraine. He wasn't siding with Russia. He was saying, this needs to end. This war needs to end. Beautiful. Well put.
Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin? And would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
No.
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason.
That was stupid. That was really stupid of her to say that. Just saying.
That Donald Trump says that this war would.
So she's all right. I told you guys last week she was going to separate herself from Joe Biden. There's the moment that she just did it. There's the moment that she just threw Joe Biden under the bus. She was like, you ain't dealing with Joe Biden, you're dealing with me. You saw shit? Well, Joe Biden doesn't know shit. Me, woman, let me do this.
Would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania.
And yet you still not spoken with Vladimir Putin. All of the things that she's saying she's done, she has not helped out whatsoever. She's failing so bad.
And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And
here we go. It's not about ending the war. Right now, it's not about ending the war. She does not want the war to end. She does not want this war to end.
And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the
Ukraine's defense is not attacking Russia. They just attacked Russia. Ukraine used our weapons to attack Russia. You are seen right on the verge of World War III, and she knows it. She does not give a shit about lost lives. Absolutely not. No matter where the lives are.
air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided. Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise...
Oh, man. Oh, man. She is an idiot. Here, let's show you what Biden's doing.
My investments, through my investments, the most significant climate change law ever. And by the way, it is a $369 billion bill. It's called the. We should have named it what it was, but at any rate, my.
Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor?
Let's show you what Biden's doing.
My investments, through my investments, the most significant climate change law ever. And by the way, it is a $369 billion bill. It's called the. We should have named it what it was, but
you've got it on playback.
Sorry.
I was like, what the hell just happened?
I was like, I thought I turned that off.
I can hear my voice.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. That's why I stopped, so it didn't keep feeding back, because it would just continued on.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier.
Trump, don't do it. Don't do it.
No, because what she said is a lie.
I understand, but
I'll give you a minute here.
And if he's smart, he'll just take his minute, say exactly what he needs to say, and
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up.
Love it. He was like, shut up, I'm speaking.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Something you said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow.
That was not the question. The question was, did you ever meet Vladimir Putin? You were sent there to negotiate a peace deal, and 3 days later, there was a freaking war. So are you saying you did not meet Vladimir Putin, which means that this could have been avoided? Or are you saying you met with Vladimir Putin and they still went about it because you're a shitty negotiator? Which one is it there, sweetheart?
And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America all.
It's been about me. She's never met with Putin then. She never met with Putin at all. All this Ukraine bullshit, all the billions of dollars have been sent to Ukraine, could have been, all the lives have been lost, could have been taken care of. But she met with Zelensky, and do I need to show it again? Because I know Rosalind gets like totally turned on by it every time I show what she does whenever she meets with world leaders. She gets like just totally excited and goes, I don't know what to do with this. I mean, it's just so exciting.
It's something.
Always should. as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends.
Who are your friends?
Yeah, who are your friends? Is it the Yahtzees over there that are running the country in Ukraine, or this is what it has come in America's Zelensky and Kamala's America? Just saying.
And not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander in chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and
I've got to
ensuring
grab
we
another
stand
beer.
up for our principles and not sell them for the
when I went downstairs.
benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate.
Afghanistan.
I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there
Where
is
are we
not
paying it
one
now?
member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not, again, appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you.
That's right.
I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, "I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black."
Oh, don't start on
I
this
want to ask
shit.
a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh
ridiculous.
in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care.
That's all that matters. And that's all he should say. I don't, and I don't care. She's the one that's making an issue. He doesn't care. He's saying up until his point in all of this, if you understand anything about this, what he said was she will flip-flop. She will change her race. She will change her identity. She will change her speech just to fit the situation. And that's all his point was. But they had to make it about black. Oh, well, she's black. Oh, no, she's Indian. I thought, well, I don't know. What is she?
I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words. So I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out. And I'll say that. And then I read that she was black. And that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want
He's the one that's been doing it.
Approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember,
She's the one that's dividing. He said, I don't care. Did you not hear what he just said? I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care. And she's going to go on like a 2-minute rant. The best thing he can do is go, I don't know. I don't care. I mean, it's a non-issue. She's rambling about something. I don't know. How do you like her laugh? You know, does she make you happy? How's that joy division going there?
how Donald Trump started. He was
It was what? So
what?
She's going to call him a racist? Didn't she do this to Joe Biden? Wait. Did she say something to Joe Biden about him being racist? I'm pretty sure that I heard that right. I mean, it wasn't something that I made up or just dreamed about. I'm pretty positive that she had a lot to say about Joe Biden and calling him a racist. But you know, why don't we hear it from a true racist right here?
Like in the words of Malcolm X, who told us what? That the white liberal is the worst enemy to the black man. Yes. And in here, coming up in here, acting like y'all representing some social justice.
Say that,
but all along,
Say
all
that.
you're doing is trying to use black people
Say
to
that.
find a reason to make some money.
Say
Let me
that.
tell y'all something over there. We're done. The Democratic Party is done.
Abuse the black American.
Gonna come in here and gonna clean it up. Do just like R.A. Jr. Just do like that Tulsa lady. You better get up out the Democratic Party. Save yourself. Because if y'all don't, we coming for your seats. We ain't taking no disrespect from a bunch of people who have broke into the country and now have completely broke the city. have completely disgraced the United States of America. America is a disgrace. The number one function
I love her.
is to be the commander-in-chief. You tell me anything about a Kamala Harris that look like she can protect this country after y'all have sat up here and let it get overridden with a bunch of illegals. Y'all have sat up here and put America's hands in all kind of wars. And you telling me attack my man that ran from duty, my man Harris who don't know what race she is, gonna protect this country? The devil is a lie.
Oh, well, oh, wait, no. Oh, she's
No,
not.
I love her.
She's just
I love
speaking
her.
the truth. Isn't that amazing? So
Stand up.
she
and
said the
speak.
same thing that Donald Trump said. So, Camel Toe, are you calling her a racist now?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
it when woke people wake up. I love it.
I love it too.
On buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to
She's
rent
stumbling now.
property to Black families. Let's
What are
remember
you
this
talking about?
individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young Black and Latino boys who were innocent. The
Central Park 5.
And you know why they were never prosecuted? Because several of them were wearing condoms. There was more than just 5. That's why they were never prosecuted, because they only found DNA on one person.
But if it had happened in, San Francisco, what would she have done?
Oh, she would have let him go.
No. She would have found fake evidence and prosecuted them and put them to death.
No, she would never do that. Not Camel Toe.
With the stroke of her pen. Remember? With the stroke of her
Yeah.
pen. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they weren't innocent. They just had no proof, so they couldn't prosecute them. But yet they touted them out there like a bunch of tokens
Paraded
at the DNC.
Paraded them out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know that any of them were innocent. However,
I don't know if any were innocent or true. I didn't follow the
persecuted-
case.
The way they
I
were
didn't follow the
persecuted
case.
is just questionable.
Yeah, and it was probably an overzealous DA that went after him too. And he has every right to say something as a private citizen of if they're guilty, then they should go after him. But if that's all they're talking about something that happened, what was that, 20 years ago before he was ever president?
Right.
Mm.
It was just the way they were detained, Zach. I'm not trying to say that they were innocent. I didn't appreciate the way they were detained and questioned without
Right.
They were minors. And I get it. What they did was, or maybe allegedly did, was awful. However, if it was your son who was questioned in the means that they were questioned, their civil rights were violated, period. And
Yep.
that,
Absolutely.
so bad copping came into play
Mhm.
there. I'm not trying to say they were innocent. I'm just saying
40 years ago.
the process was wrong. And yes, it was a long time ago. However, nobody deserves that. It could be me, it could be you, it could be our children.
Your child. Yeah.
And I have an issue with that. Same way that I have an issue with Trump's, persecution and the way that he's been gone after. I have issue with that because it could on any instance be me, or it could
Yep.
be you, or somebody I care about. And it's just wrong. It's just
Yep.
wrong. And if you're not scared by what's happening, I don't know what to tell you. You should be.
Well,
You should
and
be
it's
scared.
and she's all for it. All for
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual
You're
who
right, Zach,
spread
yes.
birther lies about the first Black president of the United States.
Birther
And I think the
lies?
American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor.
Yes, Janice.
We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other.
Except you've been doing that the whole time. See, you have to remember that the only way that she can do this is accuse everything that she does. If you hear her accusing him of something, it's because that's something that she's done. Ugh.
I meet with people all the time
Mm-hmm.
who tell me,
You
can
do.
we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless
The ambitions and aspirations of the American people, that doesn't put food on my fucking plate, lady. Your dreams and aspirations don't feed my fucking family. Okay? Dreams and aspirations, that's what you do on your spare time. I dream of a day that, you know, I can just be sitting on the beach and kicking back and enjoying some sun rays, you know. My aspiration is to, you know, retire a happy, peaceful old man. You know, those are aspirations. That doesn't put food on my fucking table.
I kind of want to be a dick. I mean, to be honest, I kind of want to be like, get off my lawn.
Yeah.
I think I've earned it.
That is a good aspiration. I love it.
regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Which you've done.
Thank you.
The whole time.
President Trump, this is now your third time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's
Yep.
never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park Five, they admitted, they said they pled
don't
guilty.
buy into this, Trump. Don't.
And I said, well,
don't
if
get
they pled
baited.
guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy.
Yeah, you
They
should have
no
never
idea
fallen
what a
for
good
that trap.
economy is.
No.
Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden.
Not even Biden.
The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has
He's
made
worse
it
than
so
Biden.
bad. And she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up,
I
Linsey.
want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly.
Mm.
Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who
Yeah, and there it
believes
is.
in what
Kick
is
Joe
possible,
Biden
one
under
who
the
brings
bus.
a sense of
Again.
optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and
You've
let's
never come
compare
up
the
with a plan in your
I
fucking
have a
life
plan
outside of sucking
to
on the
give
knob.
startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction to
When?
pursue their ambitions, their
No.
innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have
How?
a
Yep.
plan, $6,000 for young
Oh,
families for the
$6,000.
first year of your child's life to
Wait,
help
I think
you
you're confusing the
most
tax
critical
credit
stage
for
of your
new
child's
children with
development. I
the
have it.
business owners, but that's fine.
Sweetheart, do you know how far $6,000 goes in this day and age? How far
But you
$6,000
get what I'm
goes?
saying. The $6,000 credit was for new child credit, or having a child. the
Right.
first year of their life.
It doesn't
I mean, she's
doesn't help
confusing it with
business.
like having a business and running a business. The taxes that a business owner is charged to even have payroll. Are you
Yeah.
fucking kidding me?
I know.
That's not going to happen. You can't. $6,000 is nothing. But
No.
she's crossing her wires right now, and it's weird. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't mean to interrupt.
Let's put it this way: $6,000 for just your average medium income person. That's 3 months of mortgage, or 2 months of mortgage, 2 or 3 months of mortgage. It depends on whatever you finance. That's your mortgage. That's it, and then it's gone. Like, yeah, even Kaiser's like, I pay more than $6,000 for daycare in 3 months.
But if everything else in your life was cheaper, Kaiser, could you manage? And wouldn't it be worth it to pay $6,000 in daycare? I mean, like, I don't care about the cost of daycare. I think the value in daycare is feeling that your children are safe.
Right.
But if you can afford to feed your children and also send them to daycare, that's an
imagine
amazing
this.
situation.
Imagine this, that you don't have to send your kids to daycare because
Well, that would
mom
be
can
great
stay
too.
home because dad can work a job and make enough money to afford everything, and all that she has to do is take care of the home. All she has to do is handle the day-to-day
I
finances.
understand that, but also,
I mean, that's where we were headed. That's where we were headed. Where
I'm
where
not
it
sure
wasn't.
that it was less than 6,000 in 2001. I mean,
No,
depending
I'm
where
just
you were
saying.
sending your kids. I mean,
How nice would it be to get to the point where husband can stay home and the wife
income.
works because she has better earning potential, or husband goes to work and wife stays home because she has better earning potential, and they can and if they don't have kids, guess what? Both of them can work and be able to save for the future so they can take care of their siblings later on down the road. Oh my God, that's just
Janice, I'm
insane.
sorry.
Just
I get it. I get it.
I was like, my wife was looking at finances, determined that I make enough less, I could quit my job and take care of the kid and break even. Yeah.
Mr. Mom, do the Mr. Mom thing, live stream it. It'd be awesome.
Oh God, yeah.
Plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down
Jesus
payment
Christ.
assistance for first-time home buyers.
No, that is just subprime loan bullshit.
That is the worst idea ever. And if you look at how it's outlined.
Okay,
go ahead.
No, let me say something real quick.
Okay.
How much of a house do you get for $25,000? First time home buyer. How much is $25,000 for a first time home buyer? How much of a home can you afford?
Okay, if you're getting a $25,000 down payment for doing absolutely nothing, you're getting 10% of a $250,000 home. And I don't know where you live. That doesn't buy much.
$250,000 home. But if you're making a down payment on a home, 20% down payment is what you want to be putting down to purchase a home.
But you can get away with the bare minimum of $25,000.
You can get a bare minimum, but I'm saying best case scenario is a 20% down payment. And if you're saying a $250,000 home, where are you going to find a $250,000 home? You're not going to find it in Los Angeles. You're not going to find it in Minnesota. You're not going to find it in Michigan. You're not going to find it in the city. A city, if you're trying to buy a home in the city, you're looking at a bare minimum at like one of the shittiest neighborhoods for about $400,000 is what your house is going to cost you.
Okay, but the stipulation in what she's offering is that no one in your family could have ever owned property for you to qualify for that loan. No one ever in the history of your family could have owned property. Who do you think qualifies for that?
Maybe about 10,000, 20,000 people.
Or 2 million people?
Pretty weak.
Well, I'm just saying the only people that qualify for that are probably the newcomers that have come in the past 4 years.
Oh yeah,
Because,
we love the newcomers.
I mean, how many people have in your family have owned property?
How many people in my family?
Mhm.
My grandfathers, both of them. I have, my wife has, her parents, my
So
parents.
you would never qualify for this.
Well, why would I want to
And-
take out a fucking loan from the goddamn government? That's the thing. It's not that they're giving it to you for free.
You're getting free money.
It's not free money. It is a loan.
I know that, you know that, but I'm saying the only people that actually qualify for that money are people who have never owned property in the United States ever.
Yeah.
And
they'll have to pay back.
I'm just telling you that's people who got here illegally. That's not people who
Conversation,
live
I
here.
believe, David, that
Exactly.
people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
To defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her plan is.
Guns, fracking.
I just need
Linsey,
to
go ahead.
respond because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump-
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I
gonna
just need to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this is
multiple
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to
Not
keep
what he said.
Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan? And can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said,
Yep.
that if we come up with
true.
something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were
Yep.
unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up, they wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will
Yep.
do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Linsey. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's
lying.
guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act,
She's a gun owner?
just look at the history to know where people.
She's saying she's a gun owner? That is an
What?
absolute fucking lie.
I'm gobsmacked. I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah. No, because they have been trying to get rid of the Second Amendment continuously.
Who are they trying to appeal to right now?
Well, no, what she means is she owns arms doesn't mean that she owns guns.
People stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being,
don't you
you
dare.
don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night.
What he said.
Walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight. You remember what that was like?
Mhm.
Remember when an insurance
They'll
company could
ignore it.
deny
That's
if
what
a
they'll
child
do.
had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've
She's
been vice
lying.
president, and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time
you
Medicare to
haven't.
negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value.
And you notice what she said there. Oh, we'll do that for all people when I'm president. But see, right now it's only for the seniors.
Yeah, but God forbid you have asthma when you're spending $600 a month on inhalers. So
Yeah.
you guys can just go ahead and not breathe.
But no, that's only for elderly. That's not.
No,
that's
I
not for.
understand.
That's not for you, Rosalind. You're not elderly.
Well, I don't have asthma, but I had a kid that has asthma, and it's $600 a month. So
yeah,
explain that to me, and that's with insurance.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Or imagine
breathe.
imagine that one of our friends had hers and his son has diabetes and has had diabetes since he was a very young age, which is insulin every single fucking day, sometimes multiple times a day. And then they have to watch what they eat. They have to have a specific diet. And the cost of insulin was going through the fucking roof. Trump came in and changed that.
But they're picking
Everyone.
They're cherry picking like the easiest one to resolve. It's the cheapest one to resolve. But if you really cared about Americans, I mean, like the number of Americans with asthma is growing exponentially because
Why do you think
everybody's
that
developing
asthma's
more and more
growing?
allergies. What?
Why do you think asthma is growing? I think the plants are trying to take over. The world is trying to swallow up the human population and destroy us. That's why I think we need. That's why I think we need to have more damn cows to eat the vegetation, and then we can feed ourselves. See?
Well, sure, but
Value I
also
bring to
I think
this.
it's the it's the pesticides, it's the antibiotics in the livestock. It's a lot of things. I mean, it's just been growing exponentially since the 80s, and we're not addressing the core. We're just, here, we'll solve this problem for you. We'll make it cheaper for you to have asthma. Let's not try to figure out why you have asthma. I mean, it's
Oh, geez. $635 a vial. Good Lord. That we were not spending that much for we had a dog that had to have insulin shots.
Oh, that's terrible.
And it was not 635. But that was before Trump. Here's the way the drug companies worked. Insulin was supposed to be basically as cheap as you could make it because it's really super cheap to make. And the drug companies, the guy that patented it, whenever that patent ran out, all the drug companies started making their own version of insulin with a little slight tweak into it and then charging astronomical amounts. Yeah,
you know what's
it's
cheaper?
fucking
You know what's cheaper than insulin?
sex.
Adderall. Adderall's way cheaper. It's like $8 a month. You want to
Yeah.
know what else is cheaper than insulin?
Bullets.
Antidepressants. And you can get them unmonitored. So, you know, they don't care about humans. They don't care about us.
No.
Is that access to
I gotta
health
take care of
care should be
Spartacus
a
here.
right and not
Yeah.
just a privilege of those who can
Here,
afford it.
I'll remove
and
you for a
the plan
second.
has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice
Pass as
President
prologue
Harris,
in
thank
terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a
She
lot
made a
of
mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years, but it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance.
If you guys,
That's another thing she doesn't want to
Obama
get. People
got
are paying
mentioned.
privately for insurance.
So
that
you
have
know.
worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you
You can
wait
go
6 months
second
for an
time.
operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have
Climate change is not anything on my radar at all. If you've got issues with climate change, then why in the hell are people still moving to the coast? Why do you have billionaires, millionaires, multimillionaires moving to the coast? Just tell me that.
clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And
It
what
is.
we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask
That's
anybody
different.
who has been the victim of what
That is completely different. If you're being denied insurance, that is completely different. That is not climate change.
that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that
Name
we
'em.
are opening up factories
Name 'em.
around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs.
Wait,
And I'm also
wait, sweetheart. You said you created manufacturing jobs all around the world. Sweetheart, that is not manufacturing in the United States. That does not translate to jobs in the United States. This right here tells you exactly what they're about. Manufacturing around the world. When they say they created jobs around the world, not in the United States. They do not care about the United States. They want you gone.
proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people.
Yep.
What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not
Yep.
going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is
Yes,
he? Why did he
yes,
get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate.
Get past commercial. I'm watching shitty commercials so you don't have to. I'm watching horrible commercials just to save you guys from it. Yeah, why aren't they loyal?
Tonight, the time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
Here we go.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first.
But
I
she
intend to
is.
be a president for all Americans.
Liar.
And focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President
So,
Trump.
wait, she just said she wants to make America great again. Huh. Isn't that what he's been saying? He said, let's make America great again. But she's had 3 years.
She just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Linsey Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
And here you go. I got it not once, not twice, but 3 times. I got it right up here. I got it right down here. And I got this one right here. Oh, yeah. Every which way. There was a few of them I never got in there. Damn. I was hoping the childless cat ladies would get in there. That would have been glorious. Said the thing. Oh my. I hope you guys played along with us and had fun doing the bingo. It was a blast. It's an absolute blast. Oh, so it's going to be one of those election cycles that, here's the thing, outside of all of this, outside of all of what you just saw and us ranting and raving, and this has been an absolute blast because I've enjoyed this. All outside of all of this, it is amazing to me that in less than 2 months, we're going to have an election and you have a decision. If you're here in the US, you could vote for whomever you want. You could vote Democrat, Republican. You could vote for the Green Party. You can vote for whomever you want. You have that ability to do that. And I suggest that you go out and let your voice be heard. Whether you disagree with Trump, whether you disagree with Camel Toe, it doesn't matter. Vote for who you think is going to do the best job. And it's not about politics. It's about the trip there, because all of these people are horrible people. They're not like the nicest people in the world. And I mean, you can idolize them all you want to, but when it comes down to it, they're false idols. There's going to only be one God for you, and you'll have your chance to meet your maker at some point in time. Hopefully, it's a lot longer than others, but this election is not going to change anything that's happening or the wheels that are put in place. And I believe that with all of my heart, that it's just not going to change until people stop being idiots like me, because I'm a complete idiot most of the time. Anything you want to say to these fine people there? Anything you got? No, yes, no. You're muted. But I'll let you keep talking.
Blah, 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 blah. Sorry about that. Boomered it.
No.
But yeah, no, I just appreciate everybody coming on and hanging out with us for a little while and, getting frustrated together and getting it all out there. I think that's good. That's good. It's a good thing.
It's a good release.
It is good. I agree. It's a good thing.
Well, and false idols. No, and here's the thing. Vote with your conscience. If you're smart, you'll vote for Trump. I'm kidding. I can't. No, seriously. Vote your conscience, because that at the end of the day, own it. And I've said that to so many different people. It's just like, it doesn't matter what you vote, as long as you own it and you say, I truly believe that X, Y, and Z, and I think that they're going to do the best for our country. Because at the end of the day,
often.
But this is what we want for our country. We want our country to be great. And I think that
I do.
These are just politicians. They're not what make our country. They're what control the policies and the things that we do. And you can take control of that at any point in time. Any point in time. Do you have a stress headache? Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. Any way that I can help, I can give you a stress headache. Enough for this right-in giant meteor so we can just will that into existence already.
I'm right there with you, Kaiser. Totally.
Well, I've got to go get my hockey gear on.
You need to go get some
my Velcro
rest
shoes.
gear.
I'll get some rest. Eventually I'll have some sort of rest. But everyone, I'm going to be sending you over to go see MG. That's not talking about politics. He's talking about the Tonsil twins. Everybody, have a wonderful night, and make sure that you sub up to Mo and Rosalind Duke, because they're absolute wonderful people.
Oh, that's sweet.
And with
Thank
that,
you.
we will see you guys very soon.
chasing my only dream, breaks and schemes. Waking up at dawn, all my fears are gone. I won't stop today, never, never, not today.